Good evening. Welcome to the 2016 USAPL Raw National Championships. We are on the primetime session for day 4. We have had records set, we have had unbelievable battles, and we're going to bring to you tonight the final 2 weight classes in the men's and women's division. I'm Dr. Patrick Anderson, and I'm joined by my partner, the champion last night in the 231-pound weight class. Congratulations, Bryce Lewis. Welcome to the set.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be on, and I'm excited to see some big lifting today, so looking forward to some fantastic performances.
Tonight we're going to start, Bryce, in the women's division. We're going to have 2 flights. The first flight will be women only. We're going to have the 185-pound weight class and the 185-plus weight class. Starting off in the 185s, we got some interesting battles. Looks like Natalie Hanson, Sebrina Davis, maybe Alicia Webb could be battling for it. What are your thoughts?
So we got Natalie Hanson, who's a fantastic both equipped and raw lifter. She's been only increasing in her total. I'm excited to see what she's going to be able to put up to today. Sebrina Davis, fantastic on the raw side. I've talked to her backstage a little bit. She's feeling really good about performance. So I'm really excited to see what both of those can do. Their qualifying totals leading into this are very, very close. So we'll see. It's going to come down to made lifts.
All week I've been making predictions. This is the one that's probably going to push me to the test. I'm going to pick Alicia Webb in the upset. In the 185-plus weight class, it's clearly Bonica Lough and LeeAnn Hewitt as the top 2 lifters. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Bonica just has to make lifts on the platform. LeeAnn Hewitt is a very, very young sub-junior with an outstanding total. So she has the world ahead of her. She's been on the world stage already. Both these are fantastic lifters, so again, we're going to see some good performances. And actually, their qualifying totals really aren't too far off. Bonica's quite a bit up on that. But yeah, we'll see some fantastic performances. Bonica will probably be squatting over 600 pounds, which is absolutely fantastic.
It's interesting you brought up LeeAnn Hewitt and her age. She actually holds the open world record in the deadlift at 524. At just 17 years of age. Now we move into Flight 2, the men's division. We're going to start with the 264-pound weight class, and there's been big news for those of you at home expecting to see Dennis Cornelius. Dennis will be lifting, but he went up a class. So the 264s is wide open. The number 2 seed in this class, Perry Ellis, a local lifter from Georgia, suffered a bicep tear just a few weeks out in training. So it's wide open. Anthony Harris is clearly the veteran. He's the lifter a lot of people are looking at. Jared Martin is also going to be in the hunt. Mike Tuchscherer is in that weight class. What are your thoughts?
So Mike Tuchscherer is unfortunately suffering some injuries, so his qualifying total is fantastic, but he's going to be quite a bit off that at this competition. He's looking to post a qualifying total for the Arnold. We've got Jared Martin, who's an up-and-coming newcomer, and then at the extreme opposite end of the spectrum, a veteran of the sport, Anthony Harris, is looking to show a great performance as well.
Yeah, I got to make my prediction. Bonica Lough I never talked about in the 185-plus women's. It's Tony Harris in this weight class. I think it's going to be close, but I'm simply putting it on the fact that I've seen Tony lift for 20 years, and Bryce, every time he's in a tight battle, he finds a way to pull it out.
Yep.
Now we're going to move to the Giants. We're going to move to the 264-plus weight class, and while there's some interesting stories throughout the class, Dennis Cornelius moving up will be interesting, but Ray Williams is definitely the show. What are your thoughts?
So yeah, I mean, Ray has some big goals. He's squatted 1,000 in training, so if things go well, that's one of the items he wants to take down. Obviously, he wants to qualify for IPF Worlds, so that's big on his priority. His squat's been a little bit iffy, so we just need to make sure that he makes it on depth. If he makes that first, we might see 1,000 at this competition. Can't discount Andy Askow, fantastic up-and-coming lifter, who's just been phenomenal in training. So really excited to see that.
The interesting thing will be here, Dennis Cornelius is going up in weight, so he's going to have a little extra body weight. He did a 21.57 at 264. How much more does that add? Does he go over 2,200? Does Ray Williams go over 2,300? You're going to find out in just a few minutes. We're going to head over to the studio, get your popcorn ready, as Dave Rick says, for some prime time USA powerlifting.
Powerlifting is becoming incredibly competitive. On the men's and women's side, every single age class, every single weight class. And so my strength book really is a tool for athletes who want to get better. In order to break those barriers that you could achieve with only basic training, you need to be analyzing your metrics. You need to be properly programming, and we're giving that power back to the athletes so that they can start managing their own training and make sense of it in a way that a professional can. We want athletes to be able to program the most effective workouts and training programs possible using a numbers approach. And right now, there's not a numbers approach. It's more just guesswork. And we're taking the guesswork out of programming and designing workouts and using numbers and metrics to give that power to the athletes to understand what's going to work, what's not, and keep focusing on the target, keep focusing on moving forward, gaining momentum, and ultimately building your powerlifting total.
What I tend to tell people when it comes to not just powerlifting or any other sport, as far as us getting to the next level, it's all about effectiveness and efficiency. You're basically trying to figure out how can you make yourself faster and stronger and smarter.
The product Avi's creating is going to be essential. I think it's going to be absolutely great for people from beginners to right through to the elite level, be able to track numbers and be able to look back, look back year after year after year and see your progression and know that, well, 5 years ago I was only doing this, and be able to see that visually.
I think if I would have had that 5 years ago, I would have been able to maybe be at an elite position a lot sooner, because then you're able to make changes that you need to make to your training.
It will help me look at what I'm good at, what I need improvement in.
At the end of the day, when you're doing your workouts, when you're doing your peaks, you talk to any of the top end lifters, they all have a plan. We all want to know what's going on. We want to know what percentage we're working at. What they've done is what everyone's tried to do so many times. There's variations of the app out there, but this one literally accumulates it all in one.
I'm very much into stats. Metrics are extremely important. It allows you to see areas where you've improved. It may also allow you to also pick out weaknesses as well. So any type of application, program, therapy, modality that can do so will definitely be a tool that anyone lifter or an athlete would use, because it's going to help you reach those goals.
Good afternoon. Dr. Patrick Anderson here with the 231-pound champion from yesterday, Bryce Lewis. We are literally just about a minute away. The bar is being loaded from the Primetime session, Flight A, starting in the women's division. Bryce, what do you think?
Pleasure to be with you guys. Looking forward to it. Looking at the scoreboard, which I know you guys can't see, it's interesting to see Sebrina Davis opening up light. We got Alicia Webb in the middle of the flight. Down at the bottom, we got LeeAnn Hewitt and, of course, Bonica Lough in the heavier weight classes. But it's interesting to see that, unlike Natalie Hanson's opener, she's opening at 182.5, which should be around 400 pounds, which is a fantastic opener. Sebrina Davis, much lighter at 167.5.
Well, and right off the bat, Bryce talked about you can look at on the score sheet that we have available what's called a forecast total. For those of you at home that are new to either IPF powerlifting or competitions like this, when a lifter submits their opening attempts, the scoreboard actually totals it so we can get a forecast. It's not obviously official because they haven't been done yet, but just glancing ahead, Lindsey Cardinal has the #1 forecast total in the 185-pound weight class. She is actually the 4th seed coming in, but her openers, Bryce, are currently putting her at #1. It appears like Alicia Webb is actually at #2 in that weight class, and Sebrina Davis is #3. Now, some of that, as you know, Bryce, is simply some people open heavier than others.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And looking at the qualifying totals, Alicia Webb is at 497. Lindsey Cardinal right behind at 496.7. So the 27-year-old from Illinois, Lindsey Cardinal, definitely looking to be in the mix.
And really, as Bryce Lewis can attest based on what we saw last night in his tremendous battle with Garrett Blevins, it comes down to who makes lifts.
Yeah, that's
because
exactly
your
right.
openers don't really, most of the time, win the meet for you. It's going to come down to who makes lifts.
Yeah, all these lifters are going to need every kilo.
Just glancing at these totals, Bryce, we could very well have the deepest, closest battle in this class of the entire week. Because looking, there could be 5 lifters who could be within maybe 1 lift of the total of winning, because Daniella Melo is actually openers not far behind.
Yeah, so we've got 20 kilos in between the top 5 here in terms of nominated totals. It's going to be really exciting. So it looks like we're seeing the introduction of the referees here. Fantastic IPF referees.
Yes, if you're watching on our screen from left to right, I see Elliot Feldman, Joe Marksteiner, a World Masters champion, Ruth Welding, another World Masters champion, Priscilla Ribic, probably the greatest female deadlifter in the world today.
So one thing I love is that all the referees, or most of them at least, are still active powerlifters and not just slouches either. They're competitive at the world level.
Yeah, one of the things, Bryce, that we've noticed being on the broadcast all week is that powerlifting is really one of the most inclusive sports. I judged a flight with a 13-year-old girl and an 81-year-old woman in the same flight this weekend.
That's fantastic.
And then we all saw the battle, 23-year-old Jesse Norris and 57-year-old David Ricks. I mean, where else can you see the best of the best separated by 34 years in age? I mean, they were right there.
Going back to that performance, Dave Ricks just blew up that squat. That was really exciting to watch.
Yeah, and Dave Ricks, it was interesting because he squatted 705, and last night Garrett Blevins squatted 705 in your class, and we were all mesmerized, and everybody's going nuts. And I turned to David Ricks and I said, you know, it's interesting because the guy who's 57 and weighed about 26 pounds less than Garrett squatted this last night. And David, in his innocence and his niceness, kind of looked at me like he wasn't even sure who I was talking about.
Dave's a humble guy.
It was David Ricks, for those of you who weren't here. He out-squatted, or I should say he squatted the same as Garrett, 26 pounds lighter at age 57 the night before. Which just shows how amazing, because Garrett and you put on a show. I mean, you both were amazing.
We're just trying not to get embarrassed by the 93s.
Yeah, it is tough when a guy 57 lighter than you is pushing you. But Superman is in a unique category.
So as I look over my shoulder here, I see all the women starting to get warmed up here in the back room. Coach is starting to look at the scoreboards and seeing where people are opening up.
Well, and this is the calm before the storm. This is right before the battles are going to start. You know, we got the totals in front of us, the nominated totals. We already talked about the 185s. The 185 plus class, right off the bat, Bonica has a significant forecasted total lead. It looks like about 55 kilos, so about 120 pounds, roughly, that she's ahead on the forecasted total. LeeAnn Hewitt being number 2. And then as you work your way down, Becci Holcomb and Melissa Copeland, Cassie Williams will also be right in the hunt. Most likely for third. We both feel like Bonica and LeeAnn will probably have control over the first and second spot.
You know, we're also looking at some national and international records being held by both Bonica and LeeAnn, who have just dominated the national and international stage. Bonica's best squat, 273, is her best squat coming in here. So if she even takes a small PR, that's going to be both a national and international world record, international unofficial. Same thing is true on the bench press for Bonica. LeeAnn Hewitt holding the world record at 238 kilos. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to made lifts, but we've got some potential national records on the line tonight.
Yeah, it's interesting you said that, Bryce. All the American and world records in that class are held by LeeAnn Hewitt and Bonica. Those are the only 2 lifters that hold records in that class. and you can really feel the energy in the room. The seats are packed. The America's Mart Atlanta Convention Center has been progressively getting...
Sammi Johnson's going to start us off.
It's progressively getting bigger and bigger. Now, Sammi, I got a little bit of backstory. She's from California, and she has a grandmother who's been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and Sammi wanted to dedicate her lifting to her. She has a lot of strong connections with her grandmother, and she asked me to mention that.
She's also a powerlifting coach, and she might be one of our last deadlifters to finish off, too.
Yeah, she's got close to a 500-pound deadlift in training heading into this competition. 3 white lights. Sammy's on the board.
Tiffiny Wohlers following up, weight in light, 79 kilos. She brings the bar to 358 as her opening squat.
Yeah, 25 years old out of Alaska. It's interesting you said that about the body weight. That's about 11 pounds under, so that's a considerable advantage that she's giving away to her competition. I think that's clearly deep.
Dominant, makes it look good.
3 white lights.
Mariah Hamm coming out with her opening squats.
Mariah, actually, I'm familiar with Bryce because she won the Collegiate Nationals here in Atlanta in 2015. She is out of Wisconsin, and she is actually the equipped junior world champion in 2015. So coming over to the Raw division, but Mariah has some very big lifts. She's looking to squat in the vicinity of 400 pounds today.
Yeah, Mariah's got quite a competitive history here. She currently holds 7 American records between Raw and Eclipsed, collegiate, and junior divisions.
Coached by Ken Gack.
Just the technical proficiency of these lifters. I mean, obviously you expect to see that on the national stage, but it's just astounding.
It was a clearly deep lift, and as Bryce said, she kept her chest up. She really looked in control. It wasn't explosive, but there appears to be a good bit left. We're going to now move to Sebrina Davis.
Steve Goggins, coach in the back.
Sebrina's 47 years old out of Texas. Called for 369 pounds. Now this will be the first time for me seeing Sebrina. Have you ever seen Sebrina in person?
I have. We competed together in 2014. I think that was the last time I saw her in Denver's Nationals.
Yeah, she actually won the 2013 inaugural Raw Worlds, IPF Worlds. She got 3rd last year.
This is one of those lifters we're going to look to make sure she's just making lifts. She's going to need them. Yep, strong. Setup is a little bit shaky, but I think she's got more in her squat.
Yeah, the knees, we talked about this last night. The knees come crashing in on the opener sometimes. That's a indicator that she might have some issues with heavier weight. When the knees come in and the hips go back, biomechanically, you're in a tough position.
We've got Daniella Melo coming up next. She's going to open up at 385.8.
Now, you know what's fascinating here, Bryce? She is just 18 years of age.
Wow.
We had a 19-year-old lifting in the battle with Jesse Norris and Dave Ricks 2 nights ago, and last night we had a 20-year-old. So to have an 18-year-old in the prime time is quite amazing. No knee sleeves.
Yep, some bare knees there.
No wrist wraps. You can call this as raw as it gets.
Wow.
Very impressive, Bryce.
That's the easiest squat I've seen so far.
And it was deep, and as Bryce said, plenty to spare.
Daniella's 18th birthday was just 2 weeks ago, September 26th. She's got a bright future in the sport. Alicia Webb coming out, 396.8.
Now, this is my pick to win this class. I'm a little biased.
Alicia, excuse me.
Alicia is from Georgia, and so I know her personally, but she is a very solid lifter and coached by Josh Rohr. And Josh has some really, really good experience with coaching top lifters in big competitions. And as Bryce said, today is going to come down to who makes the lifts.
Yeah, Alicia is just the nicest person I've seen her in the warm-up room.
She's got a 440 squat PR coming in. Looked like a very strong opener.
She's
Bryce.
on the board.
Bryce gave it weights before the judges. Let's see what they say. They agree. I would agree with the national champion and world record holder myself, too. Now, Natalie Hanson.
Natalie Hanson probably has one of our longest flight trips to get here, coming all the way from Alaska.
Now, she lifted in the equipped worlds last year, got 4th place. So she is moving to the Raw division. But based on the nominated forecasted total with her openers, she is actually looking to be in the top 5. Interestingly, Daniella Melo is actually all the way up to 4th, the 18-year-old in the forecasted totals. So we might have a serious historical event here if an 18-year-old wins the open division. That lift looked good to me. What'd you think, Bryce?
Yeah, definitely looked good. So a single flight contains all of our female athletes for tonight. The next lifter will be our final lifter of the 84 kilo class. This is Lindsey Cardinal coming out with 413 pounds.
Lindsey is 27 out of Illinois. As Bryce said, she is the final lifter in the 185s. She currently has a 420 PR. So Bryce here, she's opening at 413. What that tells me, Bryce, is either her training has gone very well or she's opening really close to her max. So this will be a good test to see how well her training went. Just 7 pounds off her PR.
Oh, yep.
That was interesting, Bryce, because there was clearly something in her setup. She was uneven on the way back up. So it could have been she set up under the bar incorrectly. It could maybe there's an injury there, but you can clearly see one side was lower.
I'm really hoping she's going to make it on the next, and if she does, it's not going to be that easy. But again, I mean, already at 187.5, she's not too far off her nominated squad best. So she's still in the mix as long as she makes an attempt.
Well, she really looked powerful out of the hole.
First of our 84 plus, we've got Melissa Copeland coming out with a 429, 430 pound squat.
Melissa actually lifted in that summer showdown that you lifted in, Bryce, earlier this year. She's from Maryland. She's quite balanced, but she has really one of the top deadlifts in this class. She'll be close to 500 pounds.
She's been in the mix for a few years here. She was 3rd in 2013, 3rd in 2014 Raw Nationals. 2016 she went to NAPF Championships and got 1st there.
3 white lights. It was clearly deep. I wouldn't say it was an easy opener, but it definitely had room to spare.
Becci Holcomb, coached by Josh Rohr, coming out with a 457-pound squat.
Another lifter that is from Georgia, coached actually at the meet by Vanessa Gale. Vanessa Gale of pretty strong powerlifting. Been very successful. Vanessa's lifters tend to go 9 for 9. And Becci, at that same summer showdown, squatted and deadlifted over 500 pounds. So she's one of the top women in this class. It's really going to come down for her. She's got to get a big squat in.
Yeah, she's certainly a little bit behind on bench press. Her deadlift is right up there in the top 3, but she definitely needs pounds on the squat. Based on that opener, she's got some room to spare.
Yeah, I would say she's right around that 500 range today, Bryce. It's going to come down to whether she makes 3 squats or not. Lift was good at 457. Just 3 squatters left, Bryce.
Here comes Cassie Williams coming out with a 479-pound squat. Crowd is loving Cassie. She's got a lot of supporters out there.
Cassie out of Florida. "32 years of age.
Very new to powerlifting. Her first meet was late 2014.
Coached by Jean Bell. I want to make a mention. Jean was supposed to be here this week to help Kimberly Walford and others, Our prayers go out to him and his family. I believe it was his father-in-law had to be hospitalized, so we want to keep the whole Bell family in our prayers.
My best wishes to them. So she's got whites for that, but that was much slower than we like to see for an opener.
Yeah,
We'll see what she takes for her jump to her next.
It's interesting how you'll notice in a big meet like this that some lifters tend to open closer to the max, and other lifters, much like you, almost tend to do their last warm-up as an opener, get in the board, and then work their way up. I subscribe more to that philosophy because it saves your energy for the big third.
It's less risky, too. There's less that can go wrong. Another crowd favorite, the young LeeAnn Hewitt, opening up with a huge 523.6-pound squat.
Here I was bragging about Daniella Melo being 18, LeeAnn Hewitt's only 17. We just take for granted because she's been so great, and if I can say so, for so long. I mean, she's been hitting big numbers for 3 years at the Worlds, and she's only 17.
Oh, yeah.
3 white lights.
LeeAnn wants to give a shout-out to Errol Hewitt, Patrona Reed, and Mr. Shanks' economic class in Wellington, Florida.
That's when you know you have a teenager in the prime time when she's giving a thanks and a shout-out to her economics teacher.
Our heaviest opener of the women, Bonica Lough, coming out with 556.
Bonica, in case you guys are new to Bonica's experience, she holds the world record at 600, the American record at 600, and so today, if possible, she's looking to go over that. This lift should be no problem for her. She is quite an explosive squatter.
Yeah, this is only 40 kilos off the world record already, so we're getting heavy.
40 pounds, about 44 pounds.
All right, she's on the board.
We're going to have to watch her closely, Bryce, because that could have been a technique issue, but that was unusually slow for what we would expect for Bonica traditionally.
Yeah.
Now, some great lifters, they can turn that around, but that did not look like 600 would be there.
I agree.
And that could open the door because LeeAnn's squat was easy.
I'm hoping the coaches are making some smart calls here to just continue to put pounds on that total instead of shoot for numbers.
Well, and as you know, when you're at big weights, sometimes it's a technique issue. Take a small jump and she might smoke it.
Yeah, she might clean it up on the next one, absolutely.
But you clearly off that lift would not probably stick with your planned second attempt. You would tend to bring it down. She is only jumping 5 kilos, we can see, and I'm sure that's a smaller jump that she had planned.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's only jumping 11 pounds for those of you at home.
Sammi Johnson, big social media following, took a 5 kilo jump up to 352 on the bar.
Yeah, this is No Pants Sammi if you guys look her up online. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights.
She'll get whites for that. Sammi is a dog mom of 2 rescued pit bulls. I love dog people.
Yeah, that actually earned her a lot of points with my wife. Sammi and I had a nice email exchange before this meet, and as soon as I told my wife that, she was ready to give Sammi 27 white lights.
Here's Tiffiny, took a 10 kilo jump now, 380 on the bar.
And she gives a big
she knows.
Michael Jordan sticking her tongue out. That's a pretty easy second attempt, Bryce.
Yeah, I agree. And a 10 kilo jump to match. I think she'll take 7.5 to a third.
Here we go. You've got a good bit of data on Mariah Hamm and some of her accomplishments. Let people know about her.
Yeah, so Mariah Hamm was the 2015 IPF Junior World champion in single ply. On the equipped side, she was a national team member from 2011 to 2015, 4 years. 2014 junior silver medal in the single ply. And again, she's got 7 American records. So we do see quite a few lifters coming from the equipped side, playing around with raw a little bit, even if they compete on the world stage as equipped lifters. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really, to me, impressive to go back and forth. Three white lights.
You know, technically we like to see that, you know, between first, second, and third attempts, there's really not much variation besides bar speed. Technique looks the same, and we saw that execution here.
We're going to get a replay. Look at how she keeps her chest up and her knees stay. They do come in a little bit. Then she drives them out, but that chest really stayed up.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about that when you watch a lot of these live broadcasts. The two things that seem to be linked is if you can drive your knees out and your chest up and lock that in, the lifters seem more successful. When the knees come in, the hips go back, it loses your leverages, and obviously if your chest drops, puts you in a bad leverage position.
So Sebrina's obviously fired up now for this 391-pound squat.
Check out this awesome overhead view for the squat that we're seeing here.
You can see exactly where that bar is on her back. Looks pretty high to me.
Some of the really fascinating and special views that we've been presenting this week have been an extra treat.
To be honest, that looked pretty similar to her first attempt and 10 kilos heavier.
Yeah, it almost looked like maybe she was a little more comfortable on this lift. You know, a lot of times, and as a competitive lifter yourself, you can tell me your thoughts. People don't realize that when you're in a competition, you do all your warm-ups on a whole separate rack in a whole separate area, and you come out for your big set on a different platform. So there's a whole unique feel. You never do that in the gym. Most people don't. You know, do your whole workout in one area and then your top set somewhere else.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's a little bit of specificity there in terms of equipment. I think the crowd and the audience probably has a big thing to play about.
The visual sometimes of what's in front of you.
Yeah.
So how about the 18-year-old? She looked impressive on her opener there. Bryce.
Yeah. So they took a 7.5 kilo jump. She's touching just over 400 at 402 pounds.
I think this is going to go up no problem. A little slower than the other one, but like you talked about, her form didn't break at all.
Yep, no strain in the face. She gets 3 whites for it. Coach is happy with that one.
Yeah, this is a lifter I was not familiar with, but she is quickly, in my mind, separating herself. She's impressed me quite a bit on those first 2 attempts.
All right, so
let's
remember, guys,
watch
Lindsey
a replay
Cardinal.
Here. We're going to get a replay real quick. Sorry, Bryce. Watch how she just keeps that nice tightness.
Yep.
Doesn't seem like anything broke.
Even pressure through the feet, knees over the feet.
She actually reminded me of the champion last night at 231. He seemed all his squats looked the same. Oh, that's you, Bryce Lewis.
So remember, Lindsey missed her opener and jumped 2.5 kilos, actually. So she's got 418 on the bar now. She really needs this lift.
This seemed like a balance issue, so let's see if she... Yeah, but Bryce...
Okay, yep.
What we're noticing there, is that there's clearly an uneven situation there because that first lift was uneven, the second lift was uneven. So there's definitely a situation where maybe it's an injury or maybe it's she's setting up. Watch the replay. Her left, our right side is clearly lower.
Yeah, it looks like she really loses some tightness in the hole, too. It's very tough to recover from that.
Well, and as you're aware, as soon as with that max weight, you start to shift where one side's lower than the other, you're just totally putting yourself at a poor leverage position.
Yep.
Obviously,
yeah,
balance with big weights is a premium. So we got Natalie Hanson.
So she's at 190 right now. This is 7.5 kilos off her best. 7.5 kilo jump up. She's at 418 pounds on the bar.
Now, she is forecast 4th currently, but Lindsey Cardinal does not have a squat in, so Natalie could move up.
And remember, it's a long meet. We've still got a bench and deadlift. She gets past the stick and blows it up from there.
Yeah, that was a really good second attempt. What would you think off of that? Maybe 5 keys?
Yeah, I mean, seeing that she jumped 7.5, you know, she doesn't have more than that. So 7.5 or 5.
Check this replay out. Yeah, there was a sticking point, but it wasn't one of those where she absolutely hit a wall. So I think 5 kilos. You have to know your lifter. As you know, some lifters, if they even hit any kind of a wall, that's it. Other lifters can push through 2 kilos, 5 kilos. So
absolutely.
You got to know the lifter.
Alicia Webb here with our biggest jump from first to second attempt. She took a 12-kilo jump, 25 pounds. Bar is at 424.
And surprisingly enough, as big as that jump is, this is well within her capability. She's done 440 before. She actually hit 418 at this meet last year. So this is well within her capabilities, but this is a critical lift for the total, Bryce.
Wow. Wow, she makes quick work of that. You hear the crowd.
A Susie Hartwig smile as she came to the top.
Yeah. Oh, they're happy with that.
Well, that lift right there moved her into the forecast of second place. It's still early, but based off openers, let's see the replay here, Bryce.
Big breath.
And then watch that smile right there.
Yeah.
So what would you think off of that? Maybe 7 keys?
I think that'd be safe. And again, she just wants a made third lift. 7 kilos is better than 0 kilos.
Yeah. Well, and you're absolutely right. In this close battle, that's 7 keys, because you got to look at it as that's 7 less kilos you have to deadlift. So.
Exactly.
Now, Melissa Copeland, she was pretty strong. We both were happy with her opener technique-wise, but this is a decent jump. 451 is the weight on the bar. Coming to us from Maryland.
So new to this year's Nationals, all of the Primetime lifters get to choose their own song to listen to. Not only one song, 9 songs, 1 for each attempt.
Wow, that is awesome. That is a fantastic touch. Another Josh Rohr innovation. In my opinion, the best meet director in the United States today. I know that might be controversial to some, but I'm going out on a limb. He's the best meet director for the lifters in terms of lifter touches.
I know a lot of lifters who are extremely happy with this competition. Weigh-ins were fast. I've had people just saying how fast they were able to weigh in. The warm-up room is expansive. Competition equipment, kilo plates in the warm-up room.
And it really,
I could go on and on.
It's really a testament to how hard Josh and his crew, which is hundreds, have worked to put this show on.
Here comes Becci. She's got 485 on the bar.
Now, Becci, her technique, you'll see, she's got kind of a high bar path. And so she's in a position where she's got to make sure she keeps her chest up. When she gets forward, she can really have to grind. So let's see if she can keep that chest up. She's got a very strong back.
Wow. It looked better than her opener, but did she get it on depth?
Yep. Yeah. I agree with you. I actually think she looked more comfortable on that lift, and it was a 28-pound jump.
Cassie Williams will be the next lifter. This will be our first squat at close to 500 pounds.
We're going to get a replay here, Becci. And look how the chest and the knees stayed out pretty good and the chest stayed up. And actually kind of an emphatic lockout.
Yeah, I think she made a technical correction from the first because that looked very good.
And that's really the true mark of a great lifter, to be able to adapt on the fly.
I love this under angle that you get to see the lifter set up under the bar.
It really is fascinating how, when you see that view, how gigantic the lifter looks, how impressive the weights look. This really is Cassie's best lift. She is a much better squatter than deadlifter. So this, for her, is the lift she needs to make her pounds on.
This is 2.5 kilos off her absolute best in competition.
Now, personally, I think she might have pulled that up. That could be a depth call. Let's see what the judges say.
Yeah.
Two reds for depth.
You were right. That's our first call on depth for the night.
If you're at home, we want to give you a little quick primer on the rules. We're going to watch a replay. The rules require that the top of the hip joint at the top of the thigh goes below the top of the knee. So the hip joint at the top of the thigh has to go below the top of the knee.
As this flight is going, our B flight men are warming up in the back, probably taking their second to last warm-ups as they come out.
Which means Ray Williams probably has somewhere around 800 on his back.
I don't doubt it. LeeAnn Hewitt now, 562 on the bar.
Check how high the bar position is on this lifter. Let's see what the judges say. It was a depth issue there.
Yeah, she's got it on depth. So I'm wondering if she's going to repeat that or if they're going to try to go up and add some to the total, because obviously the weight wasn't too bad.
I'm going to be curious. Watch this replay.
Yeah, it looked high from this angle. I'm sure the judges saw it too. One of the front judges and one of the side judges gave her the red on that.
Now, Bryce, this is going to get interesting because Bonica clearly did not look like the Bonica we're used to seeing on her opener.
Yeah.
So it all comes down to, is she just getting back in the groove on this lift, or is there a situation where she's just not at her best today?
So she only took a 5 kilo jump. We'll see if she cleans it up on the second.
Yeah, we're really going to find out right now what kind of a day Bonica's going to have.
Yeah, that was a limit
I
lift.
think that lift was good, but we're going to get a replay on this. And tell me your thoughts on this. To me, what this is a world-class, best squatter in the world on not her best day, finding a way to fight through a near-max lift. Because she could have easily quit on this lift.
Yeah,
Bryce.
exactly. Lesser lifters would just give up when
Look
the
at
bar
that,
speed
right there.
slows down.
Look at that. That bar came to a complete stop.
Yeah, and she's able to just stay with it. And oftentimes that's all it takes.
Now, to me, interesting coaching. As a coach myself, I would say pass your third. Because to me, at this point, go rest up for the bench. There's very, very little thought that she's going to have any more left in her.
You know what? Speaking of, as you just called that, Bonica did pass on her third. So she knew it was a limit lift. Her coaches knew it was a limit lift. She's going to save it for the deadlift.
Yeah, and that's smart. Because she got everything she had in her today.
So we will not see Bonica take a third.
Now let's get up to date here with Sammi. This would be 363, which would be a PR at her first nationals. Wow. You know, Sammi deserves credit because she is quite tall for the squat. We're going to get a replay on this,
She's
Bryce.
got it. That is a 10-kilo meet PR for her.
Watch the difference here. She gets out of the groove a little bit forward, and this is another sign of great toughness. Look at that, Bryce. That makes or breaks your meet.
Yeah, it looks like her hip shifted too. Again, slow bar speed, stays with it.
Yeah, it's really interesting how these third attempts, a lot of it comes down to how tough are you.
Mariah Hamm taking her last squat at 402 pounds. Mariah Hamm probably not in contention for a top 3, but she could medal for this.
And she is going for a PR. This would be her first ever 400-pound competition raw squat.
Just too heavy today.
And that was probably 2.5 kilos too heavy.
She could match her PR, but yeah.
It's a situation where a lot of lifters, and I feel this way, if you're that close, you want to go for a PR, especially because she wasn't in contention for the title.
You're on a national stage. You want to do something special for yourself and for the lifters. So, yeah, I hear it.
And it's a 400 barrier, so it's...
Tiffiny Wohlers taking the same weight. Oh, actually, the next few lifters will be at the same weight. She's taking 402. Oh, fast descent. I think she actually lost tightness because she was going so fast.
You know, that's a good point. David Ricks mentioned that yesterday. We had a few lifters who David felt were going too fast, and then a couple lifters who might have been descending too slow. There's almost
yeah,
I
I think you have to strike that balance in between not going so slow that you're fatiguing yourself, not going so fast that you're losing tightness. There's some balance there. Okay, Sebrina, our highest nominated total. She took a 5-kilo jump. She's going to try to finish at 402.
And so the folks at home can see how close this battle is. Currently, her forecasted total with Alicia Webb and Natalie Hanson is only 5 kilos apart through all the lifts, through the deadlift as well. So right now, we're in about a 11-kilo difference across the board in this weight class among the top 3. A little bit uneven. Her left side's a little lower.
Again, fantastic grind. Let's see what the judges say.
Watch this lift on replay. She got one red.
She's got it 2-1.
If you'll watch here, Bryce, the bar will shift to our right, to her left. Literally, as she's coming up, the entire bar shifts. And it's fascinating how that can slow you down, but she fights through it. Watch this bar as she comes up, shift right there, over to her. Left, our right.
And again, she stays with it. That's a champion lifter right there. That's the reason why she has the highest nominated total.
And that's the type of lift that at the end of the day we could look back and say that won you the national title.
Here's Daniella Melo, who as a teen lifter has the highest squat.
And I might be stepping out on a limb, but she's been the most impressive, putting everything together, technique, attempt selection, and her age. in this whole flight.
Yeah, absolutely. If she makes this will be a 7.5 kilo meet PR.
Wow. I mean, if you're a Daniella Melo fan watching, you have got a lot of excitement in your future.
In fact, as a Teen 3 lifter, she has all 4 records, squat, bench, deadlift, and total.
Look at that smile. The thing I love about this is all 3 of her squats look the same. Like you said, a little slower bar speed as the weight got heavier.
Let's check out this replay.
Watch her chest, her shoulders. It's like they never budge. And look, the smile.
Even as she was coming up, she knows that. I think she left 5 kilos off the platform, but I'm glad she made that.
Yeah, that's really exciting to know.
All right, everyone's getting behind this. Cardinals missed her first 2 attempts. She needs this to stay in the meet.
Well, and the reason why this is so big, Bryce, if she gets this lift, she immediately moves into second on the forecasted total. So she's in a position here. She could be finished in silver or go home.
Cardinal comes from a track and field background.
You can see the bar is lower on her left to start with.
Just not enough to take it through. You can see the disappointment on her face.
And that opens the door because Natalie Hanson and Alicia Webb just moved up a spot.
Do you think that was just a matter of execution, or do you think something was off in the warm-ups and she just didn't adjust the opener?
Because I haven't seen her before, I'm not sure, but clearly all 3 of her squats, her left side was lower. So my thoughts would either be an injury that was causing her not to be able to stay tight on one side, or maybe she was setting up under the bar uneven. You would think, though, somebody would have caught that after 3 attempts.
Here comes Natalie Hanson, who has created Team Beef Puff. Coming out to bit close to her all-time best, 195 on the bar, 429. Her actual best was 197.5, just 6 pounds up.
Chelsea Savitt, who got second place at 158 last night, is one of the Lady Beef Puffs. She specifically mentioned them. So Natalie Hanson clearly got some good lifters on her crew.
Too heavy today. So 5 kilos off. She's still got 190 to her total. We're going to see as these women get the bench press in, as we start to see their actual totals once they get their opening deadlift, how this competition is going to shake up.
Well, this lift right here for Alicia Webb is a relatively large jump, Bryce. 28 pounds from second to third. I would go so far as to say, if she misses this lift, this could cost her the title. If she makes it, it doesn't guarantee anything, but it will put her in the driver's seat. You cannot afford to give away 28 pounds.
For
so
a 45-year-old lifter, this would be a 10-kilo squat PR.
But this comes down to Josh Rohr, her coach. I felt like 440, 446 was there, but he knows her better. If he's calling 451, he must know something.
Just to correct, that would be a 5-kilo, 10-pound squat PR.
Which is huge at the Nationals.
It's close today, but
unfortunately, because I like Josh and Alicia, but I think I was right on that one. I think 440, maybe 446 would have been the better call, especially in a close battle.
So Copeland missed her second. She's going to repeat on the third. 451s on the bar. Copeland has never competed at a powerlifting meet without having pie for dessert the night before.
Okay, right now she may be my favorite lifter. My wife likes the one who rescues puppies. I like the ones who eat pie. Does she say what kind of pie, Bryce?
She did not.
All right. We'll get to the bottom of that. That'll be next year's interview. You can really see, Bryce, how these lifters are taking it to the max, and the misses or the makes are very commonly within a 2.5 kilo difference. Like that lift right there might have gone 2.5 kilos less.
Yeah, so coaches are putting limit lifts on the bar. They want these lifters to make them, obviously. It's that balance in between adding kilos to the bar and also just making sure that they're made lifts.
Cassie Williams, Bryce, nearly 500 pounds, 496. As you are probably well aware, 4 big, beautiful red 25-kilo plates on the bar.
Cassie K. Williams here. She loves bowling, and she was a collegiate championship bowler.
Wow, that is impressive. Now, she looked a little unsteady on that stand-up. Let's see how she does. Some lifters, Bryce, will struggle with the walkout and smoke the weight.
Yeah, we'll see. Not there. She missed it on her second, so.
Another example where maybe 2.5 kilos less would have gone.
Yep. So Becci Holcomb took a big 10-kilo jump up. She's got 5:07 on the bar for this third attempt. I really want these lifters to make some third attempts.
Yes, and
Let's go, Becci.
This would tie her PR. You can see her coached by Vanessa Gale on our screen. That is pretty strong powerlifting's Vanessa Gale. She has been quite successful all week, coaching lifters, making 9 for 9.
Yeah, Becci wants to thank her family in Blanchester, Ohio, everyone at Movement Gym in Marietta, and all her friends and supporters.
This is a 22-pound jump. Based on what we saw, this is going to be a maximum attempt. I think she'll get this, but this will push her.
You can see her struggling with it for way longer than some other lifters.
I think depth might not have been there, but the key on this lift, we're going to watch a replay, is I talked about earlier, she has a high bar position, and while her back is way strong, she cannot lose that tightness in the upper back, or else it just sets her off. And watch as she's coming up, Bryce, the upper back starts to round.
Yep, you can see her elbows kick back.
Right there, and then there's no chance.
Yep, and yet she still stays with it for another second before she gives up on it.
Well, and what that is she has got an incredibly strong back.
Yep.
Over a 500-pound deadlift.
So this will be our heaviest squat to finish off the squat session for the ladies. She's repeating 255, 562 pounds on the bar.
And this will only put her 5 pounds behind Bonica, the best squatter in the world. So we're having a 17-year-old within 5 pounds of the greatest woman squatter in the world.
It's just incredible what LeeAnn's been able to do.
That's a good description. Incredible.
Wow. What a difference.
And she took that one lower. I think that was a good lift.
There it is.
We're going to get a replay, Bryce. This is a true example of greatness because she cut this on her second attempt. And so you have to come back and you have to go deeper. And in my opinion, it was clearly deep, and she kept her form, and there was more room. How much more do you think that would have had? 5 keys?
I would have given her 7.5. That was comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, that's really, we keep saying it, but that's an extremely impressive 17-year-old squat.
And then there were the men. Flight B begins with Grant Higa opening up with 622 pounds. Grant from Hawaii, excuse me.
I have a long history with Grant. At the 1997 USPF Senior Nationals, Grant and my brother went toe-to-toe down to the last deadlift. I was coaching my brother. My brother was able to out-pull him and win the meet. But Grant has been a top lifter for, like, that would be 2 decades.
Yeah.
He's done raw, he's done equipped, he's done strongman. He's got some amazing videos online. I think I've seen him deadlift something on the area of 500 pounds 20 times. I mean, this is a guy, he's talented across the board. Coached by Tony Harris and Joey Flex.
Higa wants to thank his sponsors, Animal Packs, Slingshot, Strideline Socks, Liquid Chalk, and Bulky Boy Clothing, and his wife Michelle and his daughters Kaea and Kalani.
Very, very strong opener, Bryce.
I'll be interested to see him. He's entered both in the Open and in the Masters. He's got a pretty high total for the Masters, so we'll see how things go. Now Jaisyn Mike also entered in the Open and the Masters. He's opening up at a 650-pound squat. This bar will quickly creep up into some very heavy weights.
We gotta tell you a little bit about Jaisyn because I did an interview with him, and I've interviewed literally about 100 lifters this week, and he has so many facts that'll blow you away. This guy can dunk a basketball at 300 pounds. There's videos of him all over the internet doing 360 dunks at 300 pounds.
That's incredible. You know, it just goes to the strength that powerlifters have that are just able to propel themselves off the ground, whether it's a barbell or just a ball in their hands.
Now watch this view that we're going to show the crowd. Look at how that bar position, I mean, look how wide his back
He
is.
spreads it all the way across.
Very easy.
That
open.
is the last warm-up on the platform if I ever saw one.
And he was telling me he thought 700 or a little more would be there. That was 650. I would agree.
I'll say. Coach Steve Goggins very happy about that. Now Michael Tuchscherer coming into this competition on the mend for rehab. He's not going to put up his worst performance, but he's really just trying to make up some ground here and just have a good day. So made lifts is Mike Tuchscherer's main goal, as well as the qualifying total for the Arnold.
Mike Tuchscherer also is a World Games gold medalist. That is the most elite competition in all of powerlifting. And he's one of the few Americans to have ever won a World Games gold medal.
Owner and coach of Reactive Training Systems. I've seen their lifters all throughout the weekend.
Mike will do a very controlled setup, one of the more consistent controlled setups. He doesn't change it ever.
Yeah, he's
Take
methodical
one
here.
solid step at a time.
Very comfortable. I talked to a few people close to Mike. They think he might finish up somewhere around a 750 squat on a good day.
Yeah, like you said, he's coming off some injuries. He's really just trying to make the Arnold hit a Wilks total that will get him into the Arnold.
See Big Ray creeping in the back there.
Yeah, let me tell you a little bit about this. I actually know this guy. William Burrell lifted at a USAPL meet in Phoenix City, Alabama that I was at a few months ago. He's going to really blow your guys' mind when you see him, but the reason why him and Ray are standing next to each other, William is the one who got Ray into powerlifting. They played high school football together. William was a fullback, Ray was a nose tackle, and I asked them, how did they ever lose a game? And they looked at me and laughed and said, in our senior year, Bryce, we didn't. Could you imagine trying to tackle this guy? They're like brothers. They're not blood brothers, but they're like brothers. What did you think of that?
Yeah.
661, and he smoked it.
He's got a lot of room on that.
Yeah, I think when the meet that I saw him at, he totaled somewhere in the mid-19s. So this is a guy I think will go over 2,000 today.
So earlier in our preview, we talked about Jared Martin being one of the guys up in the top positions for the 120 class. His nominated total coming in at 875. He's opening up with 705 on the bar.
Jared is coach. You'll see in this corner there by Lance Carabell. He is a former USAPL lifter. Did some big lifts in the open equipped super heavyweight class. And I spoke with Jared when he arrived. He was looking today that he was thinking he was going to be in the mid-1900s in the total.
Wow.
Looking to squat upwards of 771.
And with that opener, he is second on the forecasted total.
I thought the depth was close, and he did get one red.
He's going to have to watch that. You know, some lifters, as the weight gets heavier, they feel like they have to cut it higher and higher. And we just got to make sure these guys are duplicating it and sinking these squats.
All right.
Here's our M2 lifter, Anthony Harris, who, as a 51-year-old lifter, is in the mix to win this.
Now, I've known this guy probably upwards of 25 years. That meet I mentioned earlier in 1997, Tony Harris walked around the whole weekend with a broken foot on crutches, and then he lifted and won the USPF Nationals in 1997. This is a guy who has done big lifts all his career in multiple weight classes and age groups. You're in for a treat. This is a David Ricks quality lifter that you're about to watch, and a big fan favorite. Everybody knows and likes Tony Harris.
If he wins tonight, this will be a nice pre-birthday gift for him. His birthday is in 2 weeks.
And his outer limit target, he told me with a twinkle in his eye, 2,000 pounds to go.
Oh my gosh. We were going to see some big things from Tony Harris. We're going to see some big things.
51 years of age, and he just obliterated 716. Now, it's interesting because on our totals, he is in 6th place forecasted, and I picked him to win. Do not be surprised. He likes to open light. That's a guy who's going to climb the ladder. But remember, I told you this. Right now, he's in 6th place on forecasted totals. My prediction is that will change throughout the competition.
So next up, Lakeem Bradberry coming up with 733 on the bar. This is a 120-plus lifter, and the first of our, this is one of our 120-plus lifters with 733 on the bar.
This is actually interesting because this is a lifter I'm not familiar with, but when you say 120-plus, you weren't kidding. Looks like his body weight was near 390 pounds.
Which is actually right around what Ray Williams is weighing.
No knee sleeves, nothing on those knees.
And a relatively wide squat stance.
Now,
good opener.
I think that could catch him on depth. Let's see what the judges say. He got one red.
He did get one.
Fortunately, I wasn't judging because I would have redded that. He does have a wide stance, but
This is one of my favorite lifters in this class. Andy Askow is just an awesome dude. Living in
Wisconsin. He won the juniors in this competition last year.
Had a chance to handle him last year at Raw Nationals. Basically, he just put weights on the bar and he just kept blowing it up.
So it made you look really smart.
He did. He made me look good. 5-time national champion to the bar. His opening squat at 750 pounds.
Andy also weighed in about 385. Bryce, I think that deserves a wow.
Yeah, he's going over 800.
I'll say that one more time backwards. Wow. That was very impressive.
Now, along with just being a fantastic lifter, he contributes on the scientific side of things. He studies exercise and sports science at the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse.
So he's very, very smart. All right, this next lifter, are you familiar with Matt Sohmer at all? Because you're in for a treat if you haven't seen him lift before.
Yeah, Matt and I had a chance to compete together at the Arnold in March this year. Another just fantastic guy and a huge squatter. I think he finished up around 820 pounds at the Arnold earlier this year.
Yes, he's actually going to be going for Dennis Cornelius's American record probably before the day's out of 833. This young man, he's opening at 766. He will come out here with no knee sleeves. He's very proud of that. He doesn't use knee sleeves at all, but he has squatted over 800 pounds multiple times. Also got a big deadlift. He's opening at 711 in the deadlift.
Yeah, by far of the 120 kilo lifters, he has our best squat.
Yeah, because he's actually well into some of the super heavyweight lifters, Bryce. There's only two guys after him, and they're Cornelius and Williams.
You know, if Perry Ellis was here, he may have given Matt a run for his money.
Exactly.
Perry Ellis again, fantastic lifter locally, but out because he tore a bicep during deadlift training.
And Perry, especially with Cornelius moving up, Perry would have been my pick to win this competition. Let's do a replay here because I think Matt had a technical issue. He's clearly uneven. It appears like his bar on the left side was a little low. I've seen Matt squat quite a few times, and he usually is very, very controlled. That looked a little unsteady, so hopefully he'll get that back on his second.
I'm not totally sure, but I think I saw him limping off the platform. All right, our last two final lifters here, Dennis Cornelius. Now, in the 120 class for the first time, 777 pounds on the bar.
Now, Bryce, I've been watching lifting all week. I've been here for every primetime lift, and this is one of the lifters, probably the number one I was most looking forward to. I've never seen him in person. I've been hearing about him for years. Sherman Ledford's been telling me about him for 4 or 5 years. This is an absolute superstar. Other than Ray Williams, this is the strongest raw powerlifter in the United States today. I mean, this guy, He's going to go over 2,200 today. And very technically sound. Bryce, you are really going to enjoy this.
I mean, speed-wise was there. I think he's in on depth.
I think it was good, yeah.
He's got 3 whites. That was fantastic.
I would say, based on having seen some of his videos, I would say he might be headed for 850 today, 848, somewhere in that range.
You know, he weighed in, the 120 class limit is 120, obviously. He weighed in at 124.5, so it's not like he's that much heavier, but it's really making a difference for him.
Yeah, he's essentially a 275er, and the reports we got where he wanted to move up to try and hit what would be for him, because he's competed in other organizations at 275, a PR total at 275. All right.
Last of our squatters, Ray Williams, 9:04 on the bar.
We've got a few extra minutes while they load every plate that Josh Rohr has within the city limits of Atlanta. But this is the star of the show, the biggest man, the strongest man, and one of the nicest, Ray Williams, 9:03.
So people love seeing heavyweights, but it's another thing to see something that no one else has lifted before. And that's what they want to see out of Ray Williams.
Every eye in the Atlanta Convention Center, America's Mark, Ballroom 2, every eye is on this man. Look at that picture.
You know, it's crazy to me that he's just like casually talking like he doesn't have 900 pounds on his back.
It is amazing because his world record is 965, and he was talking at the Worlds when that was on his back. We're going to get a replay here. Now, he got one red for depth. It looked good to me, but let me see. Maybe one side was high. I thought it was deep.
So, again, Matt Gary doing the handling. They really wanted to make sure he just gets in so that he gets to go to Worlds. We're going to see some big numbers now.
It's interesting.
Taking a jump to 435 kilos.
Watching that on replay, it appeared to me his left side, our right, was deep, which is where I was looking. But when I looked at the right side on replay, I can see where he's slightly uneven. So we got to watch. If he's getting a red on one side, it's not a problem. But if that turns into 2 reds, you get a squat turn down. It definitely appeared like he was slightly uneven, one side lower than the other. But an absolutely smoked lift.
You know, these judges have been fantastic on calls all weekend. Grant Higa's second attempt, 650 pounds on the bar.
Yeah, this should be no problem for Grant. This is about a 28-pound jump.
So Ray has jumped to 960 on his second attempt.
3 white lights. Yeah, Bryce, 960 will be just under the world record that he currently set, 965. We're in for a potential historic moment. Nobody in the history of powerlifting has ever squatted 1,000 pounds without the aid of equipment. The first 1,000-pound squat ever done in the IPF was in 1995 by the legendary squatter Captain Kurt Kowalski, of course wearing a suit and wraps and belt. I was at that competition. 21 years later, we might see a grand done in just a belt. Now this young man here, they're basically like brothers. They've known each other so long, but this is the guy that got Ray Williams into powerlifting. And he's only jumped 33 pounds here, Bryce, and he smoked his opener. This is my prediction. I think this is going to look like an opener. I think you're going to see William Burrell absolutely destroy 694.
Prediction is true. Again, that's what a lot of these other lifters' first attempt looks like.
We're going to get a little replay. Now, I was bragging about how it would be smoked, and it was an easy lift. But I think he shifted a little bit as he came up, and it took some of the speed away. Watch this bar, Bryce. See if it shifts to his left right there.
Yeah.
That could take some pounds away. Now, of course, if he fixes that, who knows, he could have a lot more in him. It's fascinating when you watch these lifts on slow-mo. You can really see how subtle, minute differences can throw you out of the groove.
Absolutely. So Mike Tuchscherer taking a 20-kilo jump up now, 700 even on the bar.
Now, it appeared to me on that lift with Tuchscherer's opener, like he's clearly got something that he's dealing with injury-wise. Like he's almost tentative. He's not his normal
That's absolutely right.
power aggressive self. So you can clearly tell he's strong, but there's almost a hesitancy, like you're feeling it, which makes sense. I mean, he's on the rebound from an injury.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if there's nothing physically wrong anymore, you still have that hesitation left over. So I've seen him hit this 4 weeks ago in training. It shouldn't be too difficult for him.
That actually, in my opinion, looked better than the opener.
Yeah, I agree.
A little more powerful. Maybe it's a situation where once he got the opener in, nothing bothering him, he felt like he could be a little more aggressive. Mike, for those of you at home that aren't familiar, when he's at his best, he's very nearly an 800-pound and squatter and deadlifter raw.
Yep, 825 on the deadlift, near 800 pounds on the squat, possibly over, I don't remember.
I don't think he's gotten 800 in raw competition. Now in gear, he actually got over 900. He's world class.
Jaisyn Mike with a Texas State push-pull record, former dunk champ, teacher, personal trainer.
Now he was one of the guys that destroyed 650 as his opener, so 700. This should not slow this big man down.
Did look like he'd lose a little position.
We're going to watch this one over again because clearly he got out of the groove, and I think it pulled his depth up, and he got one red. I thought the lift was good, but watch this over, Bryce. As soon as he starts down, his shoulders come forward and his hips go back, and he seems more bent over than he did on the opener right there.
Yeah, he falls forward, but it's just such a strong guy. He's able to recover that position.
He's one of those guys, when I talked to him in the pre-interview, he's really learning the sport. Steve Goggins has been helping him. That's a guy, as he gets a little more technique, a little more seasoning, you could easily see that 700 squat turn into 800. Not very long.
So we're going to see Jared Martin versus Tony Harris shape up a little bit more. Jared Martin has 716 pounds on the bar. Actually, just a 5-kilo jump, which for guys up in these weight classes is not much.
Yeah, Jared is a very seasoned lifter, and like I said, coached by Lance Carable. And Lance and Jared have very good idea on what he's capable of, so I think this is probably the perfect attempt for him. It did look a little easier than a second would normally look, but they must have strategy there because he needs these pounds because he's in second place in this class on forecast, so he's going to need to step up. But I tell you what, when you watch this lift over again, look how technically proficient he is. The knees came in a hair, but that chest stayed up.
So as we were seeing the scoreboard here, we saw Lindsey Cardinal from Flight A drop her bench press opener. So that's a strategic decision to make sure she stays in the meet.
Lindsey, I believe, was she the one that wasn't able to get a squat in. So I think Lindsey is actually just benching for her own because I don't think she's able to get a total.
Okay, so she's just going to see what she can do today, make some lifts. Lakeem Bradberry, 750 pounds on the bar.
This is a large, large man. Now, Bryce, I think this lift is good. It was tough, but I think this is a good lift.
I think it is,
too. Judges say.
Yep.
We're waiting, 3 white lights. Now, there's not a lot left there. That might be a situation where you pass your third attempt, or if you know you can watch this lift over. How much do you think this has left, Bryce?
I think he's got 2.5 to 5. That's some real slowing through the middle. He's a big guy, but I would give him 2.5 to 5.
And my theory on coaching, when you're coaching a nearly 400-pound athlete, I don't think the 2.5 kilo extra gain is worth the time you could get him in the warm-up room, you could get him hydrated and resting, as opposed to making him work just to add 5 pounds to his total. I think that could take away from your bench or deadlift.
So here's Tony Harris. You talked about him opening up light. He took a 44-pound jump. 760 pounds is on the bar now.
And assuming he doesn't have any health or injury issues, this lift will have room to spare. This is not, now this is getting up to more than he's done raw only because he's making such big gains, but this is not a top-end lift. I would suspect he might have 10 more kilos after this. Bryce, you can really hear all the people cheering. Tony is one of the more popular lifters in the entire USA Powerlifting organization.
Yeah, the audience is getting fired up, and it's just more than that, though. You want to see big lifts, but you also just love seeing the guys who are seasoned in this represent and just continue to put up incredibly strong performances. Just a little bit slow.
Well, let me tell you something there. That's what we call Gene Bell squat style. That looks slow, but that's because the veteran lifter that Tony Harris is, once he broke past what is his sticking point, he just goes a smooth lockout. It's an old trick Gene Bell was famous for. It gives your competitors fooled because you think, man, he doesn't have more left in him. I will not be surprised if he jumps 7 to 10 keys off this lift. And I know if you watch that, you'd say maybe 2.5 or 5.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'm excited to see.
I would think 7.5 is what he'll jump.
Looking ahead, a few lifters, by the way.
Hey.
Dennis Cornelius has 826 called.
Tony Harris jumped 10 keys.
And there it is.
And he'll hit it. He'll hit it too. I'm telling you, it's an old trick, but it's a veteran. Why waste your energy?
Yeah. So Askow took 44 pounds up. He's got just under 800 pounds on the bar.
$793 pounds. Wow.
Oh, he likes it. He likes it.
I believe that's good. 3 white lights. This is the first time I've gotten to see Andy in person. I'm quite familiar with his numbers online. This is a guy very strong, very technically proficient, very deep for a big guy. A lot of times depth is a problem. These are no doubters.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised to see another 12 to 15 kilos as a jump to his third.
We'll see. I hit Tony Harris right on the number. Since you're familiar with Andy, we'll see what he jumps.
Yeah,
15 keys. You hit it.
Reach. Matt Sohmer now. This is 366, which I think is a record.
What it is the American record is currently held at 811. I'm sorry, 805. This would be 806.
So, smart move by the coaches. Even if he has more in the tank, he's looking to chip on the second. Just in case someone misses a third, he'll be secured for a national record.
Now, if you remember his opener, Bryce, I thought he didn't look like the Matt Sohmer that I'm used to seeing. So my concern would be, was it just technique? Is he going to get back in the groove? Or is, again, like we saw with Bonica, is he not on his best today? If he's on his best, this lift will be successful.
Speaking about age, Matt Sohmer's only 23, so junior. He's got the IPF squat junior record, USA Powerlifting junior squat and deadlift records.
I think that lift was good, but one side was much higher than the other. They gave him 3 whites.
He's got it.
I want you to watch this one over, Bryce, because something interesting happened here. There's clearly an issue, whether it's an injury or a technical issue. Watch Matt go down. He was under better control, but right as he gets close to parallel, you'll see his hips really dip more on one side.
Yeah.
It almost looks like there could be an injury, could be a balance issue, but I've seen Matt squat before, and he normally has much smoother up. Now that just shows how strong he is to be where
Susie
one side's lower. If Susie's walking out, that means it's Dennis Cornelius time. Susie is familiar with Dennis and Ray Williams from her coaching at the Worlds.
You thought 4 beautiful reds. We've got 7 reds on the bar right now, 826 pounds.
Oh, boy. This is a dream squat. I spent my entire career hoping to get there. I fell about 7 kilos short in equipment. In the raw lifting, doing 7 red plates, 826. This is a dream, and you know what? This is under what he's capable of. In my opinion, this lift could easily have 20 or 30 more pounds to spare. Not only is Dennis the strongest in his weight class, typically the 264s, he is very proficient, technique and depth.
So this is just under his 120 kilo world record. And he blasts it up.
I'll call it 3 white lights before the lights pop up, and the judges agree. So what do you think off of that? He might go 12 kilos. I was going to say 10.
Yeah, I was going to say 10 too.
He might go 12. I mean, that thing was smoked. Watch it again here, Bryce. And Dennis has great guts. Some lifters, when they hit a wall, that's all they can hit. This is a guy that can fight through a max lift.
Yeah, it's really about being comfortable with slow bar speeds and just being able to maintain composure through those points where it's difficult.
I've seen Dennis hit some very tough lifts, so I really think we'll see what he jumps to. Whoa. Didn't we say 10 or 12 kilos?
We did.
He jumped 17. And to me, that's not out of the question.
Wow.
This guy can fight through tough lifts.
That's a huge jump.
It's a giant jump. It's a 40-pound jump.
Crowd is on their feet getting ready for a 959-pound squat.
Ladies and gentlemen, to set the stage, walking the planet today, only one man has ever done this weight, and it's Ray Williams. And it just happened last year in Texas, earlier this year at the Worlds. And this lift is going to have room to spare. It all is going to come down to, can he make sure he clearly hits depth? And this will tell us whether we're going to see a grand today. Because if he hits this with room to spare, Ray Williams will go to 1,003.
You can almost see him convincing himself he's going to do it as he walks the weight out.
Now, in my opinion, he pulled that one up. I think he could get reds on depth. Let's see what the judges say. Three white lights.
And I know Ray has been disappointed before by depth. It's not a problem today.
We'll get a replay and let's see. All right, even on replay, I know I'm friends with Ray. Seems like a nice guy. I still think that lift was hot. It was easy, though. And, hey, I'm not judging. It's not for me to say. But I would say there's no doubt he's going. And, oh, boy. Oh, my. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speechless. He's not going for 1,003, ladies and gentlemen. He's going for 1,004. He's actually called for 4, 5, 6. It actually rounds into 1,005.
That's a huge third attempt. He wants it. And with him already qualified, with him already having 2 big squats in him, he doesn't have to worry about missing a squat on depth. Why not go for it at this point?
Yeah, as long as he makes a bench, well, he might have to hit 2 deadlifts to hold off Cornelius, but as long as he makes 2 lifts in the bench and a deadlift, he's got to meet 1. Now, this right here would be 3 for 3 for the Higa monster.
Grant Higa, for the folks back home, he's got 672 on the bar.
And he has looked under control all day.
That's a good third. Yeah, he knows it. Handler Joey Flex in the back, happy with that too.
Joey Flex, interestingly enough, Bryce, coached 28 lifters in this competition.
And competed last night.
Watch Higa as he comes up. Big smile, looking over at the crowd.
I like showmen like that. Make it good for the fans. Jaisyn Mike's third squat, 716 pounds being loaded.
Now, he was interesting because he absolutely smoked his opener. You could see on the second attempt we talked about, he's still learning. He's still kind of evolving. He got a little bit forward. Let's see if Goggins, awesome Steve Goggins, has got him back in the groove. Because if he can keep that chest up and be a little tighter, Bryce, I think this is going to go up with room to spare.
Yep, 39-year-old from Texas, just about to hit the weight.
See if he can keep the chest up. Yeah, he hit that lift easier. Oh, did he step back?
I think it was after the rack command, so they may still give it to him.
Let's see. No, 3 reds.
He's got 3 reds.
We're going to watch a video. What happens is where we're seated.
Can we get that above angle?
Where we're seated, I wasn't able to hear the commands because obviously we're about 40 feet away. So let's see. Oh, you can actually see the head referee's hand in our screen. The hand was beginning to move and he stepped back.
Yeah.
That was a split second.
As he came up so fast, the bar may have actually shifted on his back, causing him to lose some balance.
And all of the judges' cards were a 3 card, which means nobody hit him for depth, so that would have been a good lift.
Yeah. William Burrell's last squat, 722 on the bar.
Now, his name is Burrell, but to me they could just shorten that into Bull because he really hits these lifts like he's a bull charging through the platform. I mean, watch this lift and tell me this doesn't look like a bull with 722 pounds in front of him. He just steamrolls it. Can you imagine this fullback coming through the line of scrimmage at you?
Wow.
Oh, and again, just like we saw with Jaisyn, It was a balance technique issue.
You know, here's something that doesn't get talked about much. When you have 722 pounds in your back, you've got the bar wobbling a little bit, and sometimes it doesn't just wobble up and down. It can wobble front to back, causing these lifters to lose balance.
And the faster you hit the hole, which he hits with some pace, there's more, like you talked about, variability. So it's a balance between, if you go too slow to control the bar, you expend energy. If you go too fast, that bar can whip off you.
This is not a this is not a gym bar either. This is an Alico bar on the platform designed to be stiff.
Yeah, this is a bar tested 1,500 pounds. I mean, this bar can handle more than enough weight.
So Mike took a 12-kilo jump. He's got 727 on the bar. This could be a limit lift for him.
Yeah, Bryce talked about RTS, reactive training systems. Many of you out there are followers of that. Some of you are currently on his program. He is one of the more analytical lifters, period. And so you have to figure this attempt is within his limits for him to pick it. But with the injuries, you just have to wonder if he can keep this locked in. This is going to push him, but I think this should be within his realm. You know what's interesting? I think his injury affects him at the top, because the last couple inches, it was an easy transition, and then all of a sudden it almost looked like he really hesitated.
And that's usually not a place you see lifters slow down.
But that could be the injury. Watch this. He told me that he's having some disc injuries in the low back, and watch the absolute last inch or two. I mean, right before lockout.
Yeah.
I was almost ready to say good lift, and watch right there.
Yeah.
Like you could just almost see, like he kind of either felt something or was hesitant. He got the lift, 3 white lights, and as you said, and as we talked about, that's a very perfect attempt for a great analytical guy.
Jared Martin took a 10-kilo jump. He's got 738 to try to finish out his third attempt.
You know what I find interesting here? You don't see this often. He only jumped 11 pounds opener to second, and he's jumping 22 pounds second to third. It's rare to take a bigger jump second to third.
He's forecasted first for the 120-kilo guys.
And that's because he has a huge pull. His opener 700, he's capable of about 760, 770.
Wow.
That lift was good, 2-1. He got 1 red for depth. But in the score sheet, it's going to look like a 3 white light lift. Oh, and not to pat myself on the back, but who else is going to? Tony Harris, I said, was 6th ranked, and that would change. The forecast already has him up to 3rd. So Tony Harris, to me, he's like one of those runners at the race that he's trailing as they come around, and then he just starts passing people at the finish line.
Tony Harris has a big pull, too. He's pulling 340 as a nominated opener.
Yeah, Tony Harris is one of those guys. He will open. He's opening actually at 683, but what's going to happen is he's going to see the attempts, and whatever he needs, he'll pull on that last lift.
Yeah, and we're going to see the coaches go back and forth on that third deadlift trying to secure positions.
And we have a scoreboard show right before the deadlifts where we're going to tell you at home exactly where everyone stands. You're going to know as you're kicking back, watching Primetime USA Powerlifting.
Lakeem's got 766 on the bar. Wow.
That lift's going to be close on depth. Let's see what the judges say. He did get 1 red, but it was a good lift.
Seemed like he looked to himself like, well, let's see what happens. Try it anyways. Tony Harris, big 10-kilo jump.
We're going to redo this. Watch this lift here. This is a good 3rd attempt. There was not much left in that young man.
That's exactly what you want out of third attempts. Pushing the limits, still getting the lifts.
Now, Bryce Lewis, you're obviously the best 231-pound lifter in the world today. And you have to tell me, what are your thoughts when there's 5 squats left? 5 squatters left, and we're already at 782, Bryce.
We're getting some massive weights. We're easily going above 800 here. And again, in just a few short lifts, we're going to see an attempt at 1,000 pounds.
All right. This is Tony Harris personified. This is the type of lift that he will put everything into. He will have perfect form, and he's going to make it, and you're going to think he had 1 pound left in him, and this is the lift that could win him the title. I know it's the squat, but this lift right here, being such a big jump, this could easily win him the title right here, right
like
now.
Like we said at the start, every kilo matters.
And he is so tough. When you see him coming out of the hole, he will fight through this as much as needed to get this locked out. It's all going to come down to being tight in the hole. He's got his chest up. Chest up. Now, you know what? He pulled that up on depth. Let's see what the judges say. He definitely pulled it up. He got 3 white lights.
And he had room to spare, too. That was comfortable.
Well, and I'm a big Tony
Nod to the crowd.
I'm a big Tony Ayers fan, but when we watch this lift over, this shows how great a lifter this is, because he still broke parallel, but he pulled it up a little bit and he smoked it. Yeah, that's clearly a good lift.
Wow.
But it's a little bit up from his opener in a second. But that's a guy right now, you got to figure he's going to go over 800 in his next competition.
That's so exciting. Man, to be 51 and to still be making such progress. Like, that's what powerlifting is all about. This is a sport that you can compete in and get better in for a long, long time.
And he's closed the gap on Jared Martin. On forecast, he's only 10 pounds behind Jared on the forecast deadlift and bench openers.
So here's Matt Sohmer. Remember, he set a record on his second attempt. He took a 4-kilo jump up, 815 pounds on the bar now. This will be an open junior record, going above what he just set on his second attempt.
And think about this, Bryce. Dennis Cornelius, who we all agree is the world-class lifter in this weight class, holds the world record at 833. Matt Sohmer is within 18 pounds of that, and he's a junior.
As a 23-year-old.
And Cornelius is an absolute superstar.
Every time I've seen Matt Sohmer, his dad's with him, comes to all of his competitions.
We're going to watch this lift hopefully again. This was one of those situations where we talked about this with David Ricks, Bryce. You will sometimes see a lifter stall and get the bar moving again, but you very rarely see 2 complete stalls in the squat and they keep going. And watch as he comes out of the hole. He hits a wall. You'll see right here.
Yeah,
he gets it moving again.
Come in slightly
and
too.
then he hits a second wall.
Yeah.
And it takes an extremely, extremely rare occurrence for a lifter to fight through 2 of those walls.
Our last 3 lifts of the squat before we move into the bench press. There will be a 5-minute break in between. Got Andy Askow with 826 pounds. This is those 7 reds we talked about that Dennis Cornelius just took on his second attempt.
So did you ever think you'd be at a powerlifting meet where an 826 squat was going to get passed by 2 more lifters?
It's incredible. The progress of raw lifting has been unbelievable.
Yeah, as recently as just a few years ago, a weight like this would be the biggest squat in the entire competition. And we talked about how Andy has very good depth. If he can keep that chest up, this lift should have room left in it. Chest up.
It's a junior record.
Yeah, that breaks the junior American record in the super heavyweights. And you know what? That was really a treat watching this guy squat. I'd never seen him in person. The thing I really like about him is he's got a squatter's build, obviously, but he really has perfected his depth and his form. All right, now you are in for an absolute treat.
Dennis Cornelius has 865 pounds called for this.
And the reason why this is just so unworldly is he is essentially a 275er. We don't have that class anymore, but he weighed in under the 275 limit, and he's got 865 pounds on the bar.
Before Dennis Cornelius, an 800-pound squat was incredibly impressive in the 120-kilo weight class. Everyone wants to see this.
Every person in this room is standing right now. Standing. I think that lift was good, and I think there was room to spare.
I think there was too.
When we
That's
watch,
unbelievable.
when we watch this replay, Bryce, You tell me. Does Dennis Cornelius lock this weight out and almost shake his head like, what was that? That wasn't even that hard. Watch him. I don't know Dennis personally, but this looks like a guy saying, 865. I thought you were going to make me work more. Look at that.
Yeah,
he
he's
shook
like,
his head
oh,
like,
man, I should have gone heavier.
I mean, it's almost like 865 pounds with disdain. All right. I've been waiting for this moment since I saw Ray Williams squat 965.
Yeah.
I actually called Josh Rohr and I said, you might have a grand at your meet after I saw the 965.
So my question, though, is with this being so far above the record, why put chips on the bar? Why go 456 instead of 455?
I believe because in his mind he wanted it to round to 1,005.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can think of. The thing that you got to think about here is every powerlifter who has ever lived of any super heavyweight consequence, a grand has been the dream. I mean, Bill Kazmaier and Don Reinhart, more recently Shane Hamm and Brian Siders, Jeff Lewis. Like I said, I was there when Kurt Kowalski squatted a grand. I saw Shane Hammond do a grand. Never could I have dreamt that somebody would be attempting this with just a belt.
I'm tingling right now. This would obviously be an American record and an unofficial world record as the heaviest squat any human has done.
It is October 16th, 2016, Atlanta, Georgia. You're about to watch Babe Ruth in 1927, Michael Jordan in 1991, Tiger Woods in 2000. You're about to see the most historic moment in the history of our sport. Ray Williams, 1,005 pounds.
Go, go, yes! History was just made.
And since I said his second attempt I thought was high, I want to go on record as saying no questions asked. That was below parallel. There's nobody in the world that can challenge this. You got to watch this on replay. This is the first time in the history of mankind that a human being has squatted 1,000 pounds
raw
with just a belt. No questions asked. Watch this step.
He knew it.
I'm beginning to wonder what would ever slow that man down. Because you know what's fascinating? If you watched the Worlds in Texas earlier this year, the best squat he did was the 965.
Yeah.
And everybody afterwards was like, man, he actually had more in him. We watched him squat 959 today, and if you'd have said to me, what does he have in him? Maybe right around a grand. That 1,005 was more explosive out of the hole, and he went deeper.
It was. I think he knew it was on the line. I think he wanted it much worse, just wanted it for that.
We're going to get to watch this one more time. We're going to do a double instant replay. Look at how he takes these deep breaths of air. It's like he's sucking the oxygen out of the room, and then he sinks into it and just explodes through.
I had a chance to interview Ray Williams for Power Magazine, and his very first competition, he squatted 900. And to put 100 pounds on your squat is an amazing accomplishment. To go from 900 to 1,000 is something else entirely.
I'm going to go so far as to say all right. Absolutely. We're going to take a commercial break, and then we're going to just discuss what we saw.
Yeah.
My name is Marisa Inda. I am a 52 kilo powerlifter in the USAPL and the IPF. I'm currently the 52 kilo national champion. I have the American record total, the American record bench, and the American record deadlift. My proudest moment in powerlifting, which might sound a little bit odd, is actually just jumping into my first meet with zero programming going into it, zero idea of what powerlifting was, and just getting through that meet having a really good time and just being bit by the bug. Over time, my training has evolved. In the beginning, I wouldn't say it was haphazard. I was doing my own programming, and I was doing it linear periodization based on an RPE scale. And it worked for some time, but I just felt like I needed a second pair of eyes to do my programming. And I started really separating out my blocks. So after a meet, instead of focusing on going heavy, heavy, heavy all the time, I started doing hypertrophy blocks, strength blocks, and a peaking block so that I could peak properly where I need to, which is on the platform. I've been lifting for over 20 years, powerlifting for 5, and I can tell you, it doesn't matter how long it takes you. That feeling that you get even when you put 1 pound on your bench is just amazing. So you have to be consistent, you have to be patient.
I just got to take a deep breath here. Dr. Patrick Anderson, my partner Bryce Lewis. We are joined by a man who can really talk about what we just saw, because there's only a handful of guys literally walking the earth who've done a grand before. We've got Big Joe Cappellino with us. He actually did 1,014 under IPF rules. He's second place at the national championships, and he's done 1,014 in equipment. So we're going to bring Joe in. You just saw a grand. What do you think?
Pretty amazing, man. If I had to say, after watching Ray at IPF Worlds this year, I said I think it would take a long way to go from 960 to a grand, because I've done it squatting in the mid-9s, and you have to become it's a completely different game getting over a grand. The bar whip, just different level. You're in your powerlifting history, and what Ed Cohn said, 600 felt like 700, felt like 800. That was all true until 900, and then 1,000. It doesn't feel the same anymore. It's crazy because the bars start to really mess with you. The control on the way down, Ray squats control down, I squat control down. It wants to push you forward. It wants to pull you back. You gotta have some courage to bring it all the way down. And I think that third squat was in there.
We're going to actually watch a replay, Big Joe, and you'll get a good view of it because you can watch it closely here. To me, he actually sinks it deeper than any of the other attempts. Watch the hip joint. Even on a big guy like Ray, it disappears. That's a deep squat.
I was watching from the side all 3 rounds, all the guys pretty much. I think his opener was slightly high.
He got one red.
He got one red, and I just think after seeing the second and third go deeper and deeper, that maybe he's just so strong he can't get down with 900. He's a thick dude.
I was just about to say, I think the weight of the bar might have pulled him down.
So, I think there might have been some ways that he got to the 1,000-pound on his third. Maybe in a different meet he would have to retake his opener or something. But, I'm glad I got to see it, and I'm glad he was able to pull it off. But, it's tough. There were 7 spars out there. There's primetime fever in here, so it got a little wild out there. But I thought he got deeper every attempt.
Probably almost as impressive as Ray's squat is the fact that I'm speechless, and if you know me, that's hard to find. But I got to put this in perspective because I'm somewhat of a numbers guy. I saw Kurt Kowalski squat a grand at 275. I saw Ed Cohen's 2,400 at 220. I saw Shane Hammond's grand. I've seen unbelievable lifts. People have always asked me, what's the greatest single lift you've ever seen in powerlifting? Before this moment, it was Big James Henderson benching 711 pounds in a T-shirt.
No wrist
711 pounds in a T-shirt. Big James Henderson, the single most amazing lift I ever saw. At this moment, what I just saw past it, and it's hard to say because what James did was so unbelievable. Ray's in a full meet competition. James was only a bencher. It's just unbelievable. I was telling Bryce as he walked to the bar, this is like being in Yankee Stadium in 1927 and watching Babe Ruth. This is like being in Chicago in the early 90s for Michael Jordan. We've witnessed something that people are going to be talking about 50 years from now in powerlifting.
Definitely. This is going to be hard to beat. When I first started lifting, 1,000 equipped was like, maybe there were 2 guys who could do it on the planet, like Brian Siders and a couple Russian guys. With the explosion of Raw and Ray in particular, he's just so far ahead of everybody. I never thought I'd see it. So I think yeah, this has to be the most impressive lift of all time. I mean, people are still impressed by 1,000-pound single ply squats, and rightfully so.
Well, and they should be.
Rightfully so. I mean, it's tough. I mean, it feels the same on your back, I can tell you that. But this is crazy, man. I don't think, I don't know if there'll ever be another person to squat 1,000 raw. Maybe Mark Henry could have done it, is the person that comes to mind.
Well, it's funny because I interviewed Ray Williams before this meet, and he actually mentioned to me Joseph Pena, the teenager that squatted 800 at the IPF Worlds Raw out of Texas. And Ray said, that kid's ahead of where I was. And I said, see, 10 years from now, we're going to have...
It's very hard to project, though, especially with the young guys.
It is. It's way hard to
Very
project.
hard.
Well, and the thing that I found fascinating is Dennis Cornelius is an absolute superstar. I mean, this guy is a superstar. He's Kurt Kowalski of the Raw.
Yep.
And Dennis Cornelius was out-squatted by 145 pounds.
Yeah. That's pretty amazing.
And Dennis Cornelius is a superstar. Like, people don't understand how great this guy is. And what Ray Williams
If you win
did.
IPF Worlds by, 100 pounds or more, you're a superstar, you're an all-time legend. It's not that easy.
21:57 at 264.
Yeah.
Kurt Kowalski, who's an absolute legend, was winning in gear in the 22 to 2300 range
So
at 275.
Speaking of big milestones, by the way, what's next? What's the next big thing to do?
Well, I mean, if you think of 2016, Blaine Sumner squatted 1102 in equipment, and Ray Williams squatted 1005 in it raw. I don't think there are many more to go. I think it's going to go to the bench press because there are a couple guys creeping on a 900-pound bench, and I think someone will eventually bench 700 raw IPF. I don't know who it's going to be, but I don't think I'll see a 1050 raw squat or 11. And I'm not trying to be a pessimist. They're just
just the limits
Well,
of the
unless
human
it's
body,
Ray.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Unless it's Ray. 1050 might be the only, Ray might be the only guy. And even I asked him before this meet, so Joe, you'll love to hear this. Ray said he is planning at some point on competing in gear because he said to me, Ray Williams said this to me, he said, I think the human body has limits and I'm going to hit a wall eventually. And I laughed and I said, well, the rest of us have known that. We just all wondered whether you knew that.
Out,
we were all wondering, does Ray Williams know that there's limits? We're going to have to jump into the bench, but before we let Big Joe leave, I got to comment on this because Joe is going to be representing all of us at the World Championships this year. He was actually in second place in the super heavyweights. Unfortunately, Preston Turner, a great lifter, had an injury. So Joe's going to be moving into the world team spot in Orlando coming up not too far. How many weeks?
5 weeks from now, November 19th.
5 weeks away. And if any of you have ever watched any of the nationals or any of you have seen stuff online, Joe Cappellino is an absolute superstar. He's a great character. He brings all kinds of energy to the platform, not to mention a great lifter. He represents Quest Athletics, which is a super team filled with a lot of great lifters.
That's right.
So on behalf of USA Powerlifting, even though we're at the Raw Nationals, we're all a team, we're all unified. I want to wish you the best. I want to wish the whole Team USA the best.
Our
to
team's
bring
going to
home
do something
that gold.
special this year, for sure.
Do you know that it's been since, I got to put this out there, 1996, because it makes me bitter, because we used to win it every year. It's been since 1996 that the U.S. men have won the equipped team title.
We're all aware.
I want you to change
We know it. This is the year.
We used to win it every year. All right, Joe, thanks for stopping by.
One last thing. I'm waiting for Ray to come to gear because then we'll really see what a skill geared lifting is, and I welcome it, and I hope he does. So, and hopefully I'm still there.
Let me add, because I talked to Ray about it, and he was very aware. He brought it up to me, and I fully agree. It's two different sports. He wasn't one of those guys acting like, oh, I could squat 1,300 in gear. He said, I got to learn all that stuff. In fact, he had wraps put on him at a local meet when he first started, and he said, it actually kind of messed me up. I said, exactly. It's two different sports. What Blaine Sumner does, what Blake Leahy does, what Preston Turner does is unbelievable.
Very difficult.
What Joe Cappellino was going to do, if he wouldn't have made the Worlds, he was going to lift this weekend. That is really a talent to do both. It is a true talent. So thanks for stopping by, Big
Yeah,
Joe.
I appreciate it. Thanks for picking me out of the herd to give my opinion. I feel special, so thank you,
It was hard to spot you when you turn sideways. Sometimes it's easy to miss you. But I hunted around. I think he was hiding behind a pole, or Susie Hartwig or somebody was standing in front of him.
All right, guys. See ya.
Thanks, Big Joe. All right, we got to touch on what we've seen. Tiffiny Wohlers, she was successful on her opening bench with, what was that, 181. Mariah Hamm, she was successful at 192. Becci Holcomb at 198. And I apologize to these women and their fans back home, but you have to understand, we all just saw something that some of us who are old, crusty veterans, and I'll put myself in that group, did not even believe was possible. And we want to respect the women that are lifting. We're going to give them all the promotion as they come up. Sammi Johnson is the lifter. But we just had to ask a man. I mean, I believe Joe Cappellino is the only man in this room, probably in the state of Georgia, other than Ray, who has squatted a grand. I know Blaine's not here, so there's literally only a handful on the planet. And so it was nice to have that.
A Canadian lifter, was here not too long ago.
Kelly hasn't actually done a grand yet, has he? In competition? Okay.
No, he's been close, but
yeah.
So Sebrina Davis opening up the squat, bench press, at 209.
You need to get it closer. There you go. So, Bryce, Joe and I kind of monopolized the conversation. What are your thoughts on what you just saw?
My first Raw competition was not terribly long ago. As far as history of the sport, I saw Ray Williams' first 900-pound squat, and it was just inconceivable that a human man could have that on his back. And that was 900 raw. To see 1,000 today and just to see the bar raised that much further.
Sebrina Davis successful. She did get one red. Could have been her head or her feet. But Sebrina Davis successful on her bench, 209. I'm curious, Bryce, when was the first 900 that Ray did? I actually don't know the date, so can you even estimate how long ago was that?
I'm going to have to double check, but I think it was in 2012.
So that means 4 years to go from 900 to a grand. And as Joe talked about, even going from 960 to a grand is a whole different animal.
We've got Daniella Melo opening up with 214 on the bar.
And this is the teenager, the phenom, 18 years of age. She is currently number 1 on forecasted total in the teen division, but number 2 in the open. So she's right there as an 18-year-old. And, we just saw history being made with Ray Williams. If an 18-year-old wins this class, that's going to be one of the more historic moments.
As we mentioned, she has all 4 of the records for the Teen 3 division, squat, bench, deadlift, and total.
In fact, going back in my history, I don't believe a teenager has won the Open Nationals. The farthest back, I'd have to go back to the early 80s. A young man named Joe Ladner out of Ohio. He was either 19 or 20. He actually knocked off Fred Hatfield in the 220s. I'm not sure if he was still a teenager when he won it, but for a teenager to win the Open Nationals would be historic.
Now, Natalie Hanson must have made some serious progress because she's opening up with her previous meet best.
So this will be interesting because, like I said earlier, either she's made good gains or she's pushing that opener. We'll find out quickly. Very wide grip. I would say big gains.
I'm thinking it's the gains.
Big gains. And, one of the things, Bryce, you can attest to that we've talked about this week, particularly with the women, particularly with the max grip, the most challenging part is getting it off the chest. That's where your leverage point is at its worst. A lot of these women, as soon as it gets moving, it smokes it up to top. I don't actually know, Bryce, in your situation, I don't believe you do not take a max grip, right, in terms of your grip?
No, I'm not too far off. I've got middle fingers on the ring.
Okay. Is that something that over the time you've been lifting has stayed the same, or have you gradually moved it out?
I've gradually moved my grip wider. I tried indexes on the ring, but it just felt like my wrists were bending too far.
Okay.
So, yep, I brought it just back in.
It's very common as you get bigger and stronger and the upper body gets wider that you do move the grip out.
So we just saw Cassie Williams miss her opener at 231 pounds. It could have been a technical error, but it looked heavy.
Yeah, that's one of those ones that we've had a few this week where you don't know because we're obviously not the lifter. But that's a little scary because when your opener's that poor, it makes you wonder how you're going to come back. Now, we have seen it happen, but it's going to be something to keep an eye out on her second attempt. Now, if it wasn't for Ray Williams and maybe Dennis Cornelius, LeeAnn Hewitt might be the lifter of the meet so far. This lady's only 17 years of age, and she squatted 562.
She's opening up here at 231 pounds. Based on some numbers we got here, this should be pretty comfortable for her.
Yeah, 253 is actually the current sub-junior world record that she holds. So this is under her limit, but this is pushing it. So if she's made progress, we might see a PR bench. Oh, boy.
Wow.
Yeah, you got to figure with these teenagers that anytime you see their PR, it's really just a matter of time. Because, I mean, look at her. She's just...
Yeah, exactly. They've just got so much room to grow.
And, you know, going back to what we've talked about all week, I've sat here next to Jennifer Thompson. I've sat here next to David Ricks. Here I'm with Bryce Lewis. We're seeing Ray Williams and LeeAnn Hewitt. What other sport can show you such diversity in age, in gender, in body weight, and they're world class across the board?
Yeah, and yet still be competitive against each other. It's incredible. So Alicia Webb is a high school math teacher. She listens to gospel music. She wants to thank Team Roar, Eric Willis, and CrossFit Decatur, her Detroit and Georgia family, and her friends and students.
Okay, now this is a huge moment here. Alicia Webb, now I've seen her bench before. She clearly looked like her elbows flared out much quicker than normal, so I'm hoping it's a technique issue. But that is another one of those scary situations where when you miss your opener that poorly, you know, you could be in a situation where this could make or break her total.
Do you think that could be an opening for Lindsey Cardinal to come and step in?
Well, Lindsey, if you remember, was the one who wasn't able to get a squat in, so in the total, Lindsey's not going to be competitive. But where it is Natalie Hanson, Sebrina Davis, and the surprise and the one that could upset the apple cart, the teen phenom, Daniella Melo, is currently in second. So that little lift right there, you watch one miss, and it could create drama that could last through the whole rest of the competition. So Lindsey here really just looking to get on the board because she was unsuccessful in the squat. So it's nice to see Bryce. She got a bench in. You know, you hate to see a lifter then go 4 and 5 lifts in without being successful. And she, as we talked about, she's new to the national stage. So
in terms of openers, here's Melissa Copeland with 237 on the bar.
I do want to apologize for the sound of my voice. I'm doing the best I can. Simply put, I've just been announcing every single primetime lift of the weekend. I've coached a few lifters and then interviewed just about every primetime lifter, and I think I just bit off more than I could chew. So I'm not in any pain. I just sound terrible. I apologize.
We'll finish.
Bryce will carry me through. He's got a strong back. Uh-oh, Bryce. We might have another difficult opener. Let's see what the judges say. She got that in.
Squeaked it in.
And you know what's interesting, Bryce? We've been commenting all week. The women really have been very consistent in good openers, and their squat openers were great. And here we saw 2 very poor misses and 1 narrow make. So you just have to wonder, you know, what's going on in the bench press. It's not like we're lifting really late at night.
Right, local time here is just about 5 p.m.
Yeah, and I mean, compared to what we've had, we had a 1:32 a.m. deadlift, though. Now, you talk about Ray Williams' dominance. Bonica Lough just jumped 77 pounds over the next bench press. So we're at the Nationals, Bryce, the best lifters in the country, and they had to add 77 pounds just to get to Bonica's opener.
You know, with her opening up 142, she's going for her national record. I'm sure of it. This is 314 pounds on the bar.
And what will be something to keep an eye on is, and you probably can relate to this or comment on it, when you have a tough squat, sometimes it just means you're not on. And maybe the bench is down. But sometimes, by only doing 2 squats, by having a little bit more rest, maybe she's going to come out and actually hit a PR bench. Because remember, she only had to do that second one. She didn't actually come out for the third.
Yeah, you might be spot on when it comes to that.
And our collegiate national champion from Texas A&M, Scott Dobbins, saves the day as he gets us a monitor filled with information. And that was a very easy opener. Now, Bonica Lough is interesting because, as we talked about, she is the best squatter in the world, but she gets maybe not enough credit for. She's also the best bencher in the world in her weight class. She's actually the only woman on the planet who can actually say, I can outbench Jennifer Thompson. Think about that.
Yeah.
At the Worlds, for the last 3 years, one woman has outbenched Jennifer Thompson, Bonica Lough, and it's a narrow outbench, usually by about 15 or 20 pounds. And Jennifer actually caught her once in 2013, I believe, or 2014. She did outbench her.
There's Tiffiny Wohlers, smooth at 198.4.
So now we've got, we're going to be having a whole group of second attempts heading up, and we're going to be moving into Mariah Hamm, the collegiate champ from 2015 in the equipped division.
Mariah is currently searching for a big kid job. She wants to say hi to all her family back home in Wisconsin and Minnesota, and her girlfriend Liz, and this is her first Raw Nationals.
Yes, and Mariah specifically mentioned also by name her amazing dad, Martin, and she said amazing dad, and her awesome mom, Cindy. So we want to make sure Martin is the amazing one, Cindy's the awesome one. Got to clarify that. 3 white lights. Well, I might be a little biased because I'm a powerlifting fan. I would say Mariah is the amazing, awesome one by what I just saw. Somehow I think Martin and Cindy probably would agree with me on that.
So here's Sammi Johnson. She took a 5 kilo jump up. She's at 215 pounds on the bar.
Yeah, Sammi was really nice to talk to. She's new to the sport of powerlifting. She's competed in multiple events, figure events, other type of athletic pursuits. And she really feels like powerlifting is where she's had the best results. And she's the no-pants Sammi. When you go online, there's a lot of interest in her and Instagram. And she's really big on female empowerment. Look at that lift. She told me one of the things she loves about powerlifting is women in the world that she came from were judged in a very limited way, and if you didn't look exactly like this, you were looked down upon. And she said she loves how all these women, different shapes and sizes, different heights, different body types, she specifically said how talented they are, how beautiful they are, and how amazing it is for her to be able to see so many representations of strength and femininity across age groups and weight classes. And that's a big thing we've noticed all week is the women's division is just exploding.
Yeah, I've seen that too, and it's amazing how much camaraderie there is just among the men, but also the women, just being able to support each other and bring each other up and just find camaraderie and strength, and that they're all after this same goal.
Becci Holcomb, 214-pound, second attempt.
Wow, blasted up.
Yeah, as recently as I believe it was about 2014, maybe 2013, Josh Rohr put on the Women's Equipped Nationals in Atlanta. And I'm almost embarrassed to say this, but I've been competing for 30 years, and I had never been to the women's only nationals. When I first got in the sport, the Open Nationals was combined, so I was at some nationals with women. But Priscilla Ribic, a world-class deadlifter, and a friend of mine was nice enough to invite me to announce, and I got to announce the women's nationals, and I was blown away because it was an all-women's only meet. And Bryce, I mean, they just, Jennifer Thompson, Kimberly Walford, Priscilla Ribic, it just blew me away. And now seeing this meet, the women's division is even more depth, more great lifters than just 2 years ago.
It's absolutely stacked.
Now let's see what happens. It looked to me like she beat the pause. She had 3 reds. I looked over and kind of looked away, and it just seemed like there was a much quicker pause. So she got 3 reds.
Okay, I think she'll repeat that.
I don't even know if she waited at all for the pause. It almost seemed like a touch and go. So we'll have to see if she can come back. She's the teenager, so
yeah. Well, speaking of technical errors, yesterday I missed my my start command on my third bench.
Oh, that's interesting because we talked about you from where we were. We couldn't quite see what happened, but you can tell me it appeared like you started down and then realized you missed it and you went back up.
That's exactly right.
And then you still tried to go down.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Did they ever give you a second? Because they never gave you a start command, right?
So I was going down as they gave me the start command.
Okay, so.
Yeah. It would have been a mislift regardless.
Yes.
So here's Sebrina with 226 on the bar.
Yes, if you're, let's see, I'll touch on this in a moment. That lift was turned down, and that's a critical one because Sebrina is currently forecast #1, and that's going to cost her 7.5 kilos if she can't come back and hit it. Some people watching at home, we might have some long time, like I said, crusty veteran powerlifters, and they might wonder about that rule because when I got into the sport for a long time, if you beat the start signal or in the squat the start signal and you did a rep, and I've actually seen this, you could do a double as long as you never got the start signal. You were allowed to do it. For safety reasons, the IPF made it that any deliberate attempt starts the lift whether you get the signal or not.
Sure.
But there were historic cases of lifters, you'd love this, Bryce, doing doubles because they squatted and didn't get the signal and then went down again.
Wow.
And some big records were set that way.
So Cassie missed her opener. This is one of those missed openers at 231. Okay.
Oh, wow. Now, that was scary because she looked like she had it moving a lot better. And then almost like you see in a shirted bench, it started to go towards her feet.
Yeah.
So she's really in a position, Bryce, where that's going to be tough. If you miss 2 benches on strength, it is extremely rare to make it on the third. Now, if it's technical, your feet moving, your butt moving, that's different. But to not lock it out, because as you know, being a very analytical lifter, you're burning out those muscles, straining.
Yeah, you only have so much time that you can hold that bar, so much press in you. It's the same case on squat and deadlift, but it just seems that you're working with a smaller gas tank on the bench press.
All right, I've been 10-1 in my predictions all week. I need Alicia Webb. Alicia, a friend of mine, come through, step up right here. You got to hit this lift. This could make or break whether she wins this competition. Come on. Drive it up, drive it up. Now that bar came back down. Let's see what the judges say. That could be trouble. She only got one
She's
round.
got it.
We're not going to be able to see a replay, but you could clearly see the bar came back down. The rule, just so people at home know, the rule is that the entire bar cannot come back down. If one side dips, it's still legal. One judge clearly felt that it was the bar down, but because she got 2 whites, she's in the competition.
And whatever it looks like, the important thing is she's in the meet.
And now she's in second on the forecasted total, only trailing Sebrina Davis. And only trailing her based off of the openers, she's only behind her by about 20, looks like about 27 kilos. So now Sebrina has opened up a sizable lead, so it'll be interesting how much the deadlift
and
can affect
Sabrina's
that.
no slouch in the deadlift either. She's actually has our highest nominated deadlift.
Yeah, it really comes down to, because that forecast total is including the openers, how big of a jump is Alicia able to make?
Exactly.
And third attempts bench.
Cardinal gets 3 whites for that at 242 pounds.
Because I should jump in. When I said it's a 27.5 kilo difference, Sabrina's got a forecast of her third bench, which she just missed on her second. So if she doesn't get that, her total drops 10 kilos on the forecast, and all of a sudden, 27 becomes 17 kilos. That gap closes. So we're really in for a battle in the 185 weight class. Bonica Lough appears to have the 185 plus in command, but the 185s is wide open.
So let's take a look at the scoreboard and see that both Daniella Melo and Sebrina Davis missed their second attempts and jumped 2.5 kilos. That's not a good decision in my opinion.
Well, in Sabrina's case, it really looks like, I don't know if she's going to be able to make that. She just almost like bounced it. It looked like she just forgot there was a pause, which my partner forgot there was a start signal last night. So even the best lifters can have that. Has that ever happened to you before? That's interesting.
At my very first meet. Not since. Natalie Hanson gives a fist bump on that second attempt at 110 kilos, 242 pounds. And Melissa Copeland coming out with the same weight.
Getting up there in the bench here. You know what it really shows is how unbelievable Jennifer Thompson is. Because these are the body weight-wise heaviest lifters in the women's division. And Jennifer Thompson's bench well past all of these except for Bonica.
Yeah. So let's take a look. Bonica Lough coming up is going to be just under her national and world record.
Yeah, actually, literally just under it. 333, I believe, is what she holds, and 331 is what she's going to. But her opener looks strong, so maybe she's thinking third attempt for the record. That was one that just was not able to get drive off the chest.
As I remember, her first was pretty heavy, so 2.5 kilo jump there was not in. She'll look to repeat her third. Our last 2 benchers, LeeAnn Hewitt, teenager, 253 pounds on the bar.
And this would tie her American record that she already holds in this division. So we would expect she's going to obviously up that on her third. And you know what, Bryce, that really I find fascinating about this young lifter, her deadlift is actually her best lift. And she's got amazing squat and bench, but
she competes in weightlifting as well.
And that would explain why her deadlifts are her best lift. Relatively narrow grip for a 185 plus lifter. Whoa. That lift was very easy, Bryce. I can see more than a PR. I mean, she's in a position today. Her PR was 253. Not knowing LeeAnn, I would suspect 7.5 kilos they'll jump.
Bonica handled and coached by Kimberly Walford.
Wow. I'm kind of the belief that if Kimberly Walford coaches you, you can pretty much expect your total to go up. Just out of fear. I went back to interview her yesterday, and I talked about I'm 280 pounds, and, I've lifted. I'm relatively large for an average person, and I was afraid to walk over and talk to her, and she's in the 158s because she was so intense. So
yeah, she's
fortunately, she's
force
nice.
of a woman.
She's as nice as can be, and she promised she wouldn't take my lunch money. She promised me she wouldn't do that.
So here's Bonica's second with 330 on the bar. Again, this is just below the world record.
Yeah, and based on her opener, this should have room to spare. Now that was interesting because it appeared like it got a little bit out of the groove and she shifted to her left. It was a solid lockout, but certainly not an easy one. I almost think if she's going to go just for the record.
I agree.
Which
she
would
might take
be
151.5.
Yeah, which would literally be a 4-pound jump, 3.5-pound jump.
Although I was watching that was about the fastest press command I've ever seen.
It was a quicker one, but it's interesting. Jennifer Thompson had a fascinating comment that when she was doing her benches, if she brought the bar down too fast, she would get a slower press, almost like the judge was waiting for it to settle. So her coach and husband, Donovan Thompson, told her on her third, bring it down a little controlled so they literally can see it stop, and she got a quicker press. It was interesting because Bonica kind of has that theory. When you're lifting raw, most lifters have a little more pace because you don't have the support of the shirt.
Right.
In gear, you can obviously go as slow as you want. So, what are your thoughts on that? Being a top-of-the-line bench presser yourself, do you feel like you bring the bar down slow, fast, or more in the middle?
So again, it's about striking that balance. I think a controlled descent is really important for making sure that you stay in the groove and just keeping tension in the muscles, making sure that you set yourself up for the concentric on the way back up. But again, you really want that press command. I think on the guy's side, a lot of the lifters have a tendency of settling the bar too far in their chest, so it bobbles a little bit. So it really doesn't come to a full stop before they get that command.
Earlier before the competition, Bryce Lewis and Ellis McLean were having a conversation over by our broadcast area, and I commented to both of them that I'm convinced that they somehow discovered a way to put a bench shirt on in their basic anatomy because they both bench as if they're wearing a shirt. I mean, they're so muscular, so controlled. I told them, I was like, that's really the secret. You see a lot of lifters who are shaking or unsteady, and you guys lock yourself in, and I'm sure a lot of that's training, a lot of the things you do, building up certain muscle groups. And I don't know, do you do any type of heavy holds, any overloads where you handle bigger weights that you don't actually press?
Most of my bench pressing work is bench pressing, some extra tricep and overhead work and lat work as well. But really a lot of it is technique based. And actually, speaking of great equipped lifters, Daniel Gaudreau out in Colorado has done a lot of work in helping me with my bench press.
That's fascinating that you said that. Sammy's lift was no good because I've known Dan Gaudreau, another guy 20 plus years. I just lifted in the North Americans in St. Croix and he was there. And I actually stayed in the ocean with him for about an hour and a half. Unfortunately, I got a sunburn, but I also picked up some amazing bench tips. If you want to get some bench tips, Dan Gaudreau has tons of them. Yeah, I got a bad sunburn, but my bench went up, so it's worth it.
I'll take that trade any day. So here's Mariah Hamm, 226 on the bar for her third attempt.
Yeah, you'll learn if you hang out with me long enough, Price. I can tell you a story on just about every lifter.
Look forward to it.
Although not all of them are in the ocean at St. Croix. That is a unique one. We talked about her earlier as being the awesome and amazing Mariah. She was really close with that 226-pound bench press.
Yeah, that's one of those ones that she was so close to getting through that sticking point. She stayed with it for a while, too. Okay, we're dealing with the next three lifters who have missed their second and want to get it on their third.
And this is the one we talked about where it appeared like she completely missed the press. This is the teenager, but she's dominating the teenage, but she's in second if she can hit this lift on forecast total. So I keep saying it, but this would be a historic moment to have an 18-year-old win the Open Nationals. I think that lift was good. It was interesting because it appeared like she brought the bar down so fast it was still moving on her chest. She was able to get the signal, 3 white lights, and we're going to watch this again. You tell me, does this bar still moving?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It definitely bobbled on her chest, but maybe it came to a pause again before she got that press command.
But I tell you what, whether she wins this meet or not, if you're a Daniella Melo fan, friend, training partner, and you know her, please give her my best, since obviously she can't watch this. Tell her that I came away saying in a flight filled with superstars, she has opened my eyes quite a bit.
She's a fantastic lifter. Okay, so Davis misses the second, jumps 2.5.
And 3 white lights. That was a critical lift. Critical. I mean,
that added 10 kilos to her total.
That was a dramatic difference because Daniella Melo and Alicia Webb were right on her heels. And as Bryce said, she had missed her second. So if she was unsuccessful, she would have dropped all the way back to her opener. We called it ping pong between you and Garrett yesterday, David Ricks and I. Powerlifting ping pong means one guy slams it over the net, the other guy hits it back. In this case, one woman slams it over the net, another one hits it back. This way we've got a 3 or a 4-way ping pong game going between these amazing, talented, and strong women.
So here's Cassie K. Williams, the bowler.
She needs this lift. This is a do or die. Unfortunately,
it's not there today.
No lift for Cassie. She will be allowed to deadlift, but she will unable to score a total. I bet you didn't realize that you were playing ping pong yesterday, did you, Bryce?
I didn't. It's probably the furthest thing from my mind.
Yeah, somehow I think that wasn't crossing your mind. Hey, Bryce, how's your ping pong game? Right as you're about to pull 760 for the win.
So Cassie, who just came up, wants to let her mom, Carol, in Maryland, know she couldn't make it to the event, but I know she's watching. I just wanted her to know that I'm proud of how far she has come. The world might not see your wins, but I do. Keep fighting.
Well, that was really nice. We'll give a big shout-out to Cassie's mom. Yeah, a lot of times you forget when you're watching this, there's a whole family, there's friends, there's training partners at home, that their whole week is predicated in their day around this event, watching their loved ones and friends.
Becci blows up that third and gets 3 whites for it, 231 pounds.
And I want to take a moment with that in mind. He doesn't like it when I do this, but I want to make a special note after we watch this instant replay. Becci's very strong lift. Trey Cunningham, our director extraordinaire here. When I lifted in meets, and I've lifted in lots of them with the live broadcast, my family and friends that were upset and disappointed at the inability to be able to follow along, that the broadcast wasn't, really very easy to watch. And he's really to be commended, because for a lot of these lifters, this is a big deal. We've had lifters telling us, my grandmother's going to be watching, my mom, my dad. In some cases, people that never have seen you lift before. Mm-hmm. We had a college football coach yesterday that his whole football team was watching. So quite a bit of people out there enjoying this, and I know there's some Alicia Webb fans pulling in for 248. She has to hit this. In my mind, this she has to hit if she wants to catch Sebrina Davis.
Nope, it's not going anywhere. I feel like she got a fast press command, but it's too heavy.
What that really means is going into the forecast, because her total will now drop with that not being successful, she's going to be, and I think this is insurmountable now, 27 kilos, which is 60 pounds away. So I'm pretty confident I'm going to get Ray Williams correct and Bonica Lough correct. There's still some suspense in the Tony Harris battle at 264. But I think Sebrina Davis, if you're a Sebrina Davis fan, you can start getting that champagne ready to pop. Lindsey Cardinal, successful 3 benches. And you know what, Bryce? Good for her. She was unsuccessful getting a squat in, but 3 for 3 in the bench. She's a massage therapist, and she wanted us to shout out to Michael, her husband and coach, who is home in Illinois. replay here.
Here's Hanson. She's looking to finish out with a 248-pound bench press. This is well above her meet best, well above.
And Hanson, we had kind of gotten her off the radar, but she is definitely in contention. She's in third based on the forecasted total, but she's not out of the question because she's capable in the deadlift of moving well into the fours. But this right here will help her total. I think that's going to be a good lift.
Yeah, I'll take 2.5 kilos any day.
And, you know, considering, Bryce, you had to pull 760 for the win, what that means right there is that's 5 less pounds she's going to need for the win.
That's exactly right.
You're always happy when you pull that win that you hit a good squat and bench to make that deadlift less. And watch this lift as it goes up. Just a nice, smooth, controlled third attempt bench. Now, LeeAnn Hewitt has put on quite a show today, Bryce. The 17-year-old moving up to 264. This would be an American record for the teenage. It would also be her personal record. Pretty much when you're looking at the teenage record books, all you have to do is look for LeeAnn Hewitt.
I don't think LeeAnn has enough to catch Bonica on the open total, but she's running away with the teen, of course.
Let's see. I think that lift's going to be good.
Tremendous poise to stay with
3 white
that.
lights.
Yeah. That's poised to stay with that bar.
We're going to get a replay on this, and it was interesting because the bar starts to drift back at the top, almost like I thought she might push it in the racks right there. But she clearly held on to it. And good for LeeAnn because her deadlift, as we talked about, is her best lift. But she's making such progress in her squat and her bench. I think we can just call her a great lifter across the board. All right, here it is, Bryce. We talked about whether she would go 151.5. She's going 152.5.
It's a bigger jump than she might be capable of.
Yeah, this is definitely going to push her. The thing with Bonica is she got a little out of the groove on the second. She's got really a lot of guts. This is one of the toughest women lifters that's ever lived. If she can stay in the tight position,
yeah,
I think it's going to be a max, but I think it's not an issue that she can't make it. It's more a matter of she cannot have any technical breakdown.
Yeah, Walford, her handler and coach, definitely knows how to call attempts, puts this weight on the bar, thinks she's capable of it.
Well, and like I said, if Kim tells me you got to make this lift, I'm making it. So I think just out of fear, Bonica's probably going to make this. Now, getting that good handoff, it appeared like it was solid. I think she's going to. Nope.
No, it's not there.
Even if she got it, I thought she was going to get reds because it looked like the bar went back down.
That's so close to lockout to fail that.
And you know what? The one thing that makes me wonder is if Bryce Lewis was her coach and she'd have gone 151.5. I know that's only a kilo, but I think she might have made it.
I think it would have been there. Wink, wink, Bonica.
So what that tells you, Bonica, is in addition to being a superstar lifter, Bryce Lewis is quite the coach.
That concludes the women for the bench press. As we take a look at the men in Flight B, we see our heaviest opening attempt by Jaisyn Mike, actually.
Before we get into the bench, I got to clean up some house cleaning from yesterday. I get all kinds of gripes when I screw up, so I got to make sure I apologize. We had an issue in the juniors where Jamal Browner went absolutely bonkers in the daytime, had a huge total, and I announced him as winning because he beat everyone that was in the night session. What I didn't realize was Mitchell Fountain had actually beaten Jamal Browner, so we had two juniors in the 231s who outlifted our prime time. So Mitchell Fountain, your fans, friends, family, if you're watching at home, I apologize. You were the national champion. It wasn't intentional. I don't have the results in front of me. The only reason I even knew about Jamal Browner was Vanessa Gale was nice enough to send me a text so that I knew. So both those lifters are being commended. I also need to apologize to my personal coach, Earl Hill. When I was at the North Americans in St. Croix, I made the announcement that Zach Cooper coached me. Zach Cooper handled my attempts, but Earl Hill wrapped my knees, put my bench shirt on, give credit where it's due. I went 9 for 9, got 27 white lights. I don't want to get into trouble. I don't know if he's home watching yet, but it'll be saved on YouTube. So there's my apologies. Now let's get ready for the bench.
So is the slate clear? Are we good?
Well, probably not, because I probably made mistakes today. But
Sohmer's in, 130 pounds, 286.
what I tell Trey Cunningham and Josh Rohr is they can dock my pay.
There you go.
So what is half of 0? They can cut it in half, and I'll settle for that.
I've talked to Sohmer before. It's funny, man. He's an 800-pound deadlifter, an 800-pound squatter, and a 315-pound bencher. And I asked him, what's going on with that? He just told me in his New York accent, I just don't like the bench.
And it's funny because when I first met him, I just assumed there was a pec tear, there was a shoulder injury. And no, he told me the same thing. But you know what's really amazing? And this is going to sound like I'm teasing him, but I'm not. His bench is on the rise, because when I first met him, he wasn't even doing 300. He would hit like around 270, 280.
Wow.
And now he opened at 286. So
it's progress.
He is making progress. Obviously, he needs to get it up more into the 400 range to really not, because he loses so much to his competition.
He does. That's really it. I mean, if you're dropping 200 pounds off of total, it's going to make a difference.
Well, and Tony Harris, and Tony is a friend of mine, so I'm sure he'd agree with me on this. He is not a world-class bencher, and Tony Harris is in his weight class, just out-benched him on openers by almost 100 pounds. And so Tony's bench is his weakest lift, and he's taking 100 pounds on mat. There's just no way you can overcome that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, this is a 3-lift sport. You've got to have all 3 lifts if you want to be competitive in the total.
And since I apologize for my mistakes, I'm going to break my hand, patting myself on the back one more time. Tony Harris just moved into first place on forecast totals. If you were here earlier, he was in 6th, and I said he's going to climb. Even before we get to the deadlifts, he's already in first place. Now, it's close with this lifter, Jared Martin. But I would have to say Tony Harris is going to be in command pretty soon coming into the deadlift.
Yep. So far it looks like there's just about a 17-kilo difference between them. It's about 35 pounds. And we'll see if that closes. Jared Martin's going to have to pick up some ground on the deadlift.
The reason why I think it won't close is nothing against Jared. It's simply because Tony opens so light. His forecast total's misleading. Jared tends to open closer to his max. So while Jared will make his lifts and he's lifting great, Tony will just gain more. And I'm one of those lifters. You appear to be that way too, Bryce. I open very light. So when I'm competing, I actually look at my second attempts versus other lifters' openers. And if my seconds match your openers, then we're comparable.
Yeah.
If my openers match your openers, you're usually finished because very few people jump that big.
Right.
So
right.
Tony's one of those guys that his seconds are a little more accurate for his total.
So Higa's opening 407.
Yes, the Higa monster is what they call him, and he is a monster. Very close grip, Bryce, very narrow.
We'll see a few lifters thriving off that. I feel like you're able to bring that sticking point a little farther off your chest before you finally get there. Got a lot of power off the chest. Just means that you have to push it through that finish.
And a longer movement.
Exactly.
Much like a narrow squat, you make it a longer movement. Now, interestingly, I talked to Mike Tuchscherer, and I asked him, since his injuries were in his back, is your bench up maybe because you haven't had to squat and deadlift? And he said, not really. He said he thinks that it's right on par, but he said basically the injuries have set him back across the board.
Mike Tuchscherer coming to 2016 USAPL Raw Nationals by way of being an 8-time USAPL National Champion. At IPF Worlds, 2 bronzes, 3 silvers, and a gold.
I actually competed against Mike a couple times, and I used the word competed only because my entry form was in the same weight class as him. Wasn't much of a competition, and I won't further give away who was the one that dominated, but it wasn't me. And my nephew, who was at one of the competitions, heard his name, and after I finished lifting, now this is his uncle, he comes over to me and he goes, "Why is his name Mike Tuchscherer?" And I said, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "Because he's too sure he's going to beat you." And I was like, okay, thanks. So, and Mike's nice. He wouldn't say that about me, but yeah, it was too sure that he was going to beat me. Of course, he beat everybody that day, so in my defense, I wasn't the only one he beat.
Yeah, he's a humble guy.
Yeah, and a really, really nice guy. He actually came over to me, I believe it was this morning or yesterday, to tell me he really enjoyed the broadcast last night with David Rick, so it must have been this morning. And, he's lifting today. He didn't have to do that. He specifically sought me out. So A guy like that, you really hope he can get back healthy.
Yeah.
Because he has Dennis Cornelius type potential. I mean, he's that great of a lifter if he can get himself back.
He lives in Colorado Springs, about an hour south of me. We get together every once in a while for a training session.
Yeah, former lifter representing the Air Force Academy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Lakeem's opening bench at 446 pounds is good. William Burrell up next, 451 pounds on the bar. We'll see our heaviest opener at 545 pounds. Jaisyn Mike coming up in a few lifts.
Yeah, Jaisyn Mike, I'll give you a little preview. He told me he was capable or headed for a 600 bench at this competition, which would have been awesome. He did tweak his pec, so he said he doesn't think he'll get quite to 6, maybe in the 570, 580 range.
You know, I think a lot of these lifters, you know, sometimes they get bumps and scrapes along the way. They still make it here and able to put up great performances. Makes quick work of the opener.
Yeah, I called him a bull before, and I mean that with all respect. He really just charges to his attempts. I was so impressed at this meet in Alabama. It was a local meet, and I was coaching someone else, and I just kept hearing these numbers pass by. And, you know, when you lift and you go to a lot of meets, you kind of know there's a certain range of the attempts. And at local meets, you don't expect to hear in the raw division 700 deadlift, 700 squat, you know, near 500 or more bench. And William just really blew me away. And then somebody told me he was Ray Williams' brother, and I said, well, that makes sense. They're not actually brothers biologically, but according to what they described it, they might as well be brothers. They've known each other so long, and we wouldn't have seen a grand if it wasn't for William Burrell, because he's the one that got Ray into powerlifting.
Yep, that's exactly right. Here's Askow's opener at 468 pounds. Wow. That's the last warm-up if you've seen one.
There was something interesting on Andy's bench if we get to watch him later. And, again, I don't know Andy personally. This isn't any shot against him. But to me, his elbows clearly appear unlocked at the start and the finish. And just for those of you who follow powerlifting might say, well, maybe he has an elbow problem. That rule is no longer in existence. They previously, if you had an elbow lockout issue, you could show the judge and they would allow you to only lock out to where your elbow would go. Now the rule is you have to lock it out at arm's length regardless. And again, nothing against Andy, but from our view, it was pretty clear at the start and the finish. In my mind, he wasn't locked out. It didn't look like a strength issue. It just looked like he stops.
Yeah, and a lot of people, I mean, I can see why there might be an advantage. You shorten the range of motion.
And it'll be interesting if the judges aren't calling it, he might just go through 3 benches. But I wanted to point that out. Again, nothing against Andy. I don't know him personally. He's very strong. Ray Williams off of 1,005 squat. No person has ever been able to say that. Ray's back to his interesting technique of turning his head when he benches. At the Worlds, I noticed his first 2 attempts, he stopped doing that. As an upper cervical doctor myself, I don't recommend. That's not good for your neck. But
yeah, you want to maintain at least as symmetrical as you can.
Well, when you turn your head while you're lifting a big weight, there's a lot of neurological things that's not good for. I won't go into detail, but like I said, I'm an upper cervical doctor. Your neck is critical for your posture. You just don't want to be literally even in the gym doing bicep curls and you see guys turn towards the mirror. You really don't want to turn your head when you're lifting weights. Now, we talked about how amazing Ray was in the squat. How about Dennis Cornelius, 534-pound opener?
I talked to Dennis, and one of his big goals might be to upset Matt Baller's his national record. Matt Baller set that in 2014 at 584 pounds. So depending on how this opener moves for Dennis, we might see him creep up on that. 242.5 kilos, 534 pounds on the bar.
And Dennis would only be 275 setting that record. Wow.
He's in good shape.
I actually wasn't there when Matt set the record, Matt Baller, so I'm not sure. Do you have any idea how big he is, how heavy Matt Baller is?
Matt Baller's a big boy. He came down from Alaska. I was there that year.
Would you say 350 maybe?
Fantastic to see. I don't think so.
So 300 maybe?
I'd say it's about 300, yeah.
But still a significant advantage for Dennis if Dennis is able to outlift him at 275.
Absolutely. So we're going to see what Matt and Susie Gary put in for Dennis Cornelius' second attempt.
I'm going to guess 257.
I think that's a good call.
Maybe 260.
Actually, knowing Matt, I think they're going to take
255.
10 kilo, 12 kilo jump. We just had a conversation yesterday about that.
If they only go 252.
The handlers don't like taking bench attempt jumps larger than 10 kilos. Okay, so they took 12.
Wow. Jaisyn's was easy. Now, when you say that, are you saying this is a Matt and Susie philosophy or in general?
No, it's just a Matt and Susie philosophy. They've seen lifters get bit in the butt when they took larger than a 10-kilo jump, so they stopped. So what they do is they just move the opener up.
Well, let me jump in here, and I'm a huge fan of Matt and Susie. I've actually known Susie probably 25 years and Matt about 20. I completely disagree with that philosophy across the board. Now, if you pick a certain lifter, they might prefer small jumps, but to me, it's all personal to the lifter. I prefer big jumps. I prefer a light opener. If a lifter's capable of it and they do it in training and they do it in competition. Now, if you got a guy at the Nationals for his first time, I agree. But Dennis Cornelius, if he tells me I'm jumping 15 kilos, because why waste the energy on raising your opening bench? In my mind, that could take away from your third attempt.
Yeah.
And I say that with all due respect, Matt and Susie, when you watch the broadcast, because I really do love them.
So we see how strategy comes into the picture for sure, and different approaches to making attempts. Sohmer's second there. Till we get the lights, we don't know. Yep, we got 3:08 was on the bar.
Well, and also to further finish up, I think it's a percentage issue too. When you're a female in the 114s, as Susie is, a 5 kilo, 7 kilo jump in the bench is comparable to Dennis Cornelius maybe doing a 20 kilo jump.
Yeah.
Dennis literally is benching, I'd have to do some quick math, but almost 3 times what Susie benched.
So I want to briefly give a nod to David Puckett, who wasn't able to make this meet.
Yeah, what happened with him? I'm not familiar with the situation, but I had studied his numbers. He looked like a good lifter.
Yeah, he would have been a top 5 finisher, but he had a hernia, so he had to back out of the meet.
Ooh, hopefully he's watching. Get well soon, David.
David.
I've never seen you lift, but I was looking forward to, based on your numbers. You look like he was headed for 2,000 maybe today.
Yeah.
All right, so now we got in my opinion, this is just Tony Harris putting a little icing on top of his national title. I hate to jump ahead of the game, and if Tony's watching this later, he's probably going to be upset at me. But I think each lift, what he's doing is he's just sprinkling a little frosting on the cake.
Yeah, he's already increasing his lead well above. So he's forecasted at 852.5. Again, based on possibly deflated deadlift opener.
Well, and after the Grinch that stole Christmas from David Ricks last night, we're going to get to see maybe a 51-year-old can actually pull it out. Maybe there'll be somebody that won't want to take away the title and the glory from the Masters lifter.
I'm finding this year the young lifters and the older lifters are so impressive. We have teens, we have juniors putting up phenomenal numbers. We have David Ricks, we have Anthony Harris today putting up insane numbers.
And I love Jesse Norris, and I should stress it was 2 nights ago, actually. I apologize. Jesse's a great lifter, and I told him he's a phenom. It's just amazing to see Dave Ricks push him to the last deadlift.
I totally agree.
And Tony Harris, I'm sure Jared Martin's lift was good. Tony Harris will be the first to admit this. If Dennis Cornelius had lifted, there's nothing Tony could have done. Dennis would have won. If Perry Ellis would have lifted, most likely Perry Ellis would have gotten second, although Perry would have pushed Dennis.
I agree.
Perry is interesting because I got to see him a lot here in Georgia. Perry would not be able to bench with Dennis, but Perry would outpull Dennis, and he would actually, and people are going to think I'm crazy, Perry would push Dennis in the squat. I think Dennis would have outsquatted him, but Perry would have been right there. Perry is an unbelievable. He's an 800 squat and deadlifter.
Yeah, we competed together at the Summer Showdown in Georgia.
Oh, yeah, you got to see him in person.
July. I saw him squat 800 in person. Insane. So we have a referee coming out. Okay, he's ready. Higa is coming out to 430 pounds on the bar. 10-kilo jump up from the first attempt.
And Grant told us his main goal is to try and make the Masters World Team, and then in the Supers, and then win the gold. Win an IPF World title has been a long dream of his.
So he is currently forecasted second in pursuit of that goal.
And that's interesting. My director extraordinaire, Trey Cunningham, has promised that I'm going to have the results from today. But looking up at this scoreboard, Bryce, by seeing Grant in second, there is no first lifter up there. So what that means is somebody today in the supers, in the M1s, did a higher total than 797, which is what Grant's forecast is. So I'm told that we're going to have that data because come deadlift time, we need to know what Grant needs to be able to win the Masters title. If you're watching from home, the daytime lifters are in the same weight classes as these lifters.
Yeah.
The Primetime was separated by qualifying totals, so in literally 95 or 98% of the cases, the winners in the top 3 or 5 spots have been in the Primetime, but we've had a few select cases. It hasn't happened in the Open. It has not affected the Open, but the Masters and Juniors have had a few winners or placers from the daytime.
The nice thing about that for Grant is that it's a fixed target that he has to get. You know, he doesn't have to see what some lifter is doing in real time. He knows what the total is. He just has to beat it.
Well, and I'm quite sure with the experience of Grant Higa, with the fact that he's coached by Joey Flex, he's a longtime friend of Tony Harris, I'm sure they know the number. So even if we don't know the number, I'm sure they do.
By the way, Mike Tuchscherer's second attempt there was 441 pounds. Good lift.
Did those of you at home notice that Bryce said too sure, like he was really emphasizing that too sure, how he's just too sure that he beat me? All right, now maybe that was me. Maybe I'm a little being sensitive. I'm known for being too sensitive. Lakeem Bradberry, 463 pounds. This is the first time I've gotten to see this young man out of New York. Hey, you'll get a kick out of this, Bryce. He told us beforehand one of his goals is to get signed by the WWE. He's certainly big enough and strong enough.
Uneven, but not slow.
Obviously, if you're a WWE fan, there is a famous lifter, Mark Henry. Wow, this is fascinating. Technology is awesome. We are getting all kinds of great things here. We've actually gotten a text telling us that Jaisyn Mike is aging into the M1 category. So on our scoreboard, he is listed as an open lifter. But so those of you at home know, in the IPF, he's 39 right now. By the time of the IPF Worlds, he will be 40, which means he is eligible by his total today to make the world team. So now we can compare Jaisyn Mike and Grant Higa. Well, I want to make sure we're going to get the results for the rest of the group so we don't have any other errors. Unless, who is this that just IM'd you? Slim? Who is that?
He competed earlier today. Fantastic
What's
lifter.
his name?
Donovan.
Donovan. Okay, so Donovan, if you're out there and you want to send us any other tidbits, we would love to have any results.
We got the inside scoop.
He did also say he likes the broadcast, so maybe we can hire him next year. He can be our statistician. Donovan, what's his last name? Did I stump you? What weight class was he? Okay. Well, thank you, Donovan. Thank you for all your help. Andy Askow is the lifter.
496 pounds on the bar.
So now looking ahead, just so we know, Jaisyn Mike clearly will win. Grant Higa will not be able to catch him. Their forecast is 190-plus pounds. So Grant will still be eligible for the alternate spot. And that's assuming Jaisyn wants to go. When I talked to Jaisyn, he didn't even mention the Masters World, so it's possible he's not interested. Belarus is not exactly next door. Dominic Sirianni. Oh, actually, I've heard big things about Dominic. I believe, is he Lemon City Barbell?
Coached by Reactive Training Systems.
All right, Dominic, I'm hoping to meet you because Lemon City Barbell has been quite a supportive sponsor of the competition. And also, we want to congratulate Dominic. I believe, if I'm correct, he made the Raw Committee. I'm not sure what.
He did. Yeah, he was a Raw Committee member.
Right. Raw Committee.
On
so
Wednesday.
Congratulations. I haven't met Dominic personally, but I was at the meeting, and good for him. Ray Williams is your lifter, 518 pounds. Now watch this. See if you notice. Does he turn his head? If you notice, he always turns his head to the right after the press signal. It's interesting. I forgot to ask Ray what the reason is behind this. Let's see if he does it. Now he didn't. He did maybe a hair, but now he didn't do it.
Yeah, just barely.
So maybe there's an upper cervical doctor in his camp who's telling him stop doing that.
That's doctor speak.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it was that annoying announcer who just bothered him into not doing it.
So here's our last two heavy presses. Both at the same weight, 562 pounds. Dennis Cornelius takes it first.
Dennis Cornelius. I mean, I just cannot stop emphasizing how if it wasn't for Ray Williams, this guy is just out of this world. I mean, he's doing numbers at a body weight of 275 that there's nobody other than Ray Williams and Blaine Sumner could do. I mean, and 275, just so we're clear here, is a dramatic difference from Ray Williams, 380 plus 390 pounds. And, of course, not knocking Ray. It just shows Dennis is unbelievable.
So this lift, if he had done it in the 120 kilo class, would have been the national record. He's now lifting in the 120 plus kilo weight class.
Well, you can tell me your thoughts, Bryce. In my experience, body weight really tends to help the bench. So we could expect that, it doesn't always help the deadlift. In some people's cases, it hurts. It tends to help the squat, but it really tends to help the bench press.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And that's for a few reasons. One of those being that when you put pounds on, you're increasing your diameter, both on your chest and on your back. You're just rounder. So that
shortening
means
the distance.
You have to shorten the range of motion, exactly.
Wow.
We're going to see him go for that record from Matt Baller.
So you would clearly think the record's 585. I mean, that looked easy. You'd have to figure he's going to go right 586.
I would just chip it, yep.
I believe that record, we're going to watch a replay. We're not going to be able to see a replay, but I believe that record is 265.5 currently. So 266 would break it. We'll see if they go for that. Because Matt Baller's record was not 584. It was actually 585. So whatever Matt Baller, he had already chipped it from another record. And maybe Matt's watching out there. Do you have any idea? Are you in touch with him?
I don't know. He's up in Alaska.
So what would it be? It would be maybe around 11 a.m. They're earlier than us. Maybe even a little bit earlier. Maybe around 9 a.m.
262.5. They probably don't think Dennis has it in him. They just want to give him pounds toward that total. Again, he's got a few goals. One, the bench press. Another, as that unofficial total he's looking to break. So they're playing a little conservative. Dennis Cornelius is going to take 262.5 on his third.
We want to make sure we acknowledge Jaisyn Mike's lift was successful at 562. And as I told you earlier, he felt he was headed for 600 before the injury. He definitely doesn't have 600 today, but he looks a little better than I think he was thinking. I think maybe 573. We'll see what they choose.
Matt Sohmer coming out for his final pull.
573 is the weight for Jaisyn. And you might laugh at me here, Bryce, but 319 will be a great bench for Matt Sohmer. 325 is his all-time best. Last year at this meet, he did 308.
As these lifters are finishing up their bench press, the ladies are just getting their last warm-ups in for deadlift coming up.
Can you believe that we are almost at the point of the final lift of the weekend? Like I said, I've had the blessing of being able to announce every single lift of the Primetime. And I really want to take a moment to thank Kurt St. Romain on Thursday, Superman, Jennifer Thompson on Friday, Superman David Ricks on Saturday, and my partner tonight, Bryce Lewis. You guys have done the job of making me look and sound good, which other than my wife, nobody else would ever believe. Okay, so there we go. We got information that there was a big total earlier today. Looks like, if I'm pronouncing this right, Jamie Grotjohn totaled 1824 earlier today. I can do a little math for you. That's right around 825 kilos. Let's see, it's probably about 827 and a half kilos. So looking at that, Grant's going to have a shot. Jaisyn will be well ahead of that. So Jaisyn will have no trouble, assuming he wants to go to the Worlds, finishing ahead of Jamie. What I'd really suspect is Grant will try and beat Jamie and then figure if Jaisyn doesn't want to go. So we'll keep an eye out. So 1824. We just saw Perry Ellis in the crowd. He's got his arm in a sling.
Perry supporting that sling, yep.
Drive that. Look at Tony Harris.
Harris taking 435 as an American record M2.
All right, since I know Tony Harris is going to watch this later, I'm speaking to you, Tony, now, and it's next week when you're watching this. That was literally just Tony putting frosting on top of the icing. Tony Harris will be your national champion. I apologize, Jared Martin, and your family out there. It's nothing against you, but Tony Harris is going to do something historic. 51 years of age, he's going to win the nationals, and it would not happen to a better guy. And if you're Jared Martin, you can go around the rest of your life saying you finished second to a legend.
Jared, you need this lift, too. This is 435 pounds. He'll add 5 kilos to his total. That's 5 kilos less he has to pull later on if he wants to beat out Tony Harris.
Yeah, and I should stress, because I'm jumping ahead, if any slip-ups happen, Jared is right there. I just am confident that Tony's going to make the lifts he needs. But we got to talk about
there it is.
Yeah, this guy, Jared, is a stud. I don't believe, did he miss any squats? Maybe one. I think he might have been 3 for 3. He might be 6 for 6.
Yeah, both him and Tony.
And Jared is actually a very accomplished deadlifter. I mean, he's actually pulled 755 pounds, so don't get fooled. I just believe Tony's going to have a slight edge heading into it.
So here's Higa, who took the smallest jump possible at a 2.5 kilo jump up. He's got 435 pounds on the bar.
And the reason why this is interesting is because this could make or break what he's going to need to pull.
Higa, 45 years old, currently residing in Washington. Makes it look good, in my opinion.
So that lift is good. Now, on the forecast openers, that gives him 800 kilos. Now, we talked about earlier, Jamie that lifted earlier today did 827 is what we believe. So Grant Higa would need 27 more kilos off his opener, which would be 325, which would be 716. His best raw pull we have is 751. Now, we do need Dominic that's out there. If you can look up Jamie's body weight, we need to find out, does Grant need to tie him? Grant weighed in at 135. Do you have any idea how big Jamie got in it?
Jamie's a big boy.
So he's
actually,
well over.
My company coaches him. He went 9 for 9 today.
So he's well over 300.
Yeah.
Okay, so then all Grant needs to do is tie him. So 827.5 is correct. So Grant would need 716 off of the deadlift to be able to tie Jamie, I believe, if I'm doing the math correctly.
Here's Mike's 446. That's a limit lift and a great attempt selection.
Now, since you're familiar with Jamie, what's the story why he was in the daytime? Was his qualifying total just low? He hadn't done a big total yet?
I wish I knew, to be honest. He went to Worlds last year, came back, put 90 pounds on his total, had a great day today. I don't know why he wasn't in Primetime.
Maybe it's a situation that he was right at the cutoff. Mike Tuchscherer, and he is too sure that he's going to make 3 benches, and so am I. 446.
Jamie's body weight is a whopping 160 kilos.
So it's clear Grant just needs to tie him. So 827, as we said, he's going to need 325.
Slim, if you're out there, man, I'm loving the stats.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dominic. Since we're not friends yet, I won't call you Slim till I get to shake your hand, but you are helping us out. And the bull, and I hope he takes it well because I don't want to offend him, but the bull just smoked through 474. He told me that he's got family and friends all across Alabama watching him. And let me tell you something about William Burrell that I think you'll get a kick out of, Bryce. He works for the Alabama Power Company, and I said there might not be a more fitting company for you to work for. Look at the size of that guy. Would you like to tell the crowd who we just saw? That's a celebrity from Great Britain.
Yeah, so we just saw Stephen Manuel, the 105 kilo current world champion, as well as the UK champion, who came overseas to watch a few lifters here. Heather Connor and a few others. Fantastic human, as well as just an unbelievable lifter. He took the squat world record. He just came over to wave at us.
He must have won 2015 because he did not win this year, right? In 2016, I thought he was
not win this year.
Yeah,
Eli Burks won this year. I mean, he just set the world record total.
That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know any of the backstory? I know it's your weight class. Why Eli Burks was not here this year?
So Eli decided to do strongman nationals this year instead of powerlifting. Props to him. I think that's coming up right around the corner.
Is it something where Eli will come back as far as you know, or you don't know?
I don't know. I mean, it's not like he's lost interest in powerlifting. There's a lot of crossover between powerlifting and strongman. But I think this year he wanted to focus on strongman. And, hey, kudos to trying new things.
Yeah, kudos for him. I've never met Eli, but I was extremely impressed watching him online. And after seeing you and Garrett Blevins last night, I would love nothing more than on behalf of the USA Powerlifting to invite Eli Burks to come to Orlando next year, because I'd like to see the three of you go head-to-head.
That weight at 507, just too heavy for Andy Askow.
Final 3 bench presses of the entire meet. If you're a bench press fan or a bench press lover, you better get your fix, because these are the last 3 you're going to see till next year in Orlando.
Ray's cheesing hard out there, got his music in.
Now, Ray told me heading into the competition his bench would be a little below PR, and that's what this is, 529. But, when you squat 1,005, I think you're giving a little grace on the bench.
Yeah, you get a little break.
Look at that back, the view that we have on our camera. Look how wide that back is.
I wish you guys out in the live stream would ever get a chance to see Ray in person. He's just a massive individual.
I want you to watch this overhead view. This is a special view that we have for the bench, and this really shows the musculature, and you'll get to see the bar path in a really fascinating view. Oh, we cut away, so you get to see from the head judge's view. And that head turned. So it's interesting. He turned his head on his opener, he kept it straight on his second, he turned it on his third. Ray Williams is an enigma wrapped inside a mystery, inside of a riddle.
Who knows, that might be his secret to strength, right?
Yeah, but the thing I find fascinating was, why don't you do it on your second attempt then?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's noticeable.
Yeah. It's not illegal, by the way, because his head did not come up.
Yep.
His head turned.
So Ray is 6 for 6 on the day. Jaisyn Mike will be our second to last presser, 573 on the bar.
And my prediction was off his second attempt, 573. I think this will be right towards his max, maybe a little bit more left in him. Listen to this. He hit a home run in his first college at bat playing baseball. So he's a dunk champion and a baseball player, and he told me he's a great table tennis player.
Oh.
I think that's a good lift, though.
I think it is.
Yes, 3 white lights.
You love to see that.
If you're
maximal lift.
If you're an aficionado of powerlifting for years, there was a point where an uneven lockout was illegal, but the rules state now uneven is not a rule infraction as long as the bar doesn't go down, and I don't believe the bar ever goes down. If you watch this.
In fact, it was pretty smooth throughout.
Yeah. I don't believe it ever goes down. Not the whole bar, not the entire bar.
Okay, so Dennis is adding 7.5 kilos. He wants to finish at 578.7.
And the last time you're going to get to see a bench press for the 2016 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals.
He's firing up the crowd. He's firing himself up.
One of the things I love about Dennis and watching his videos online, he lifts at home. He trains oftentimes by himself. And you can just see, this is a guy who's just pure, he's just strength personified. 578 pounds, weighing under 275 pounds. And all I wonder here, Bryce, is will he have 600 in him? Because I think this lift is going to go up with room. Oh, wow. We'll see if we can do a replay. I couldn't have been further from the truth. The only thing I noticed on that one, what I've seen on Dennis in the past, is it appears like his elbows immediately went out.
Yeah.
And he typically has this fascinating movement where his elbows are tucked in and they go out, but not until the top. It seems like they went out a little too soon. Watch the elbows flare out.
Immediately. Uh-huh.
And it almost,
and
I don't
he
know.
loses it at the very typical sticking point, just about 2 inches off the chest.
Yeah, and again, I don't know Dennis personally. It could be a situation where that was a maximum weight, because that will cause your elbows to go out. It almost looked to me like he was so fired up. Maybe he went into the motion a little quicker than he should have, because I suspected off his second, which was 562 or 56, I believe. I suspected he would have that in him. We're going to go to a commercial, and we're going to catch our breath.
Powerlifting is becoming incredibly competitive on the men's and women's side, every single age class, every single weight class. And so my strength book really is a tool for athletes who want to get better.
In order to break those barriers that you could achieve with only basic training, you need to be analyzing your metrics. You need to be properly programming, and we're giving that power back to the athletes so that they can start managing their own training and make sense of it in a way that a professional can.
We want athletes to be able to program the most effective workouts and training programs possible using a numbers approach. And right now, there's not a numbers approach. It's more just guesswork. And we're taking the guesswork out of programming and designing workouts and using numbers and metrics to give that power to the athletes to understand what's going to work, what's not, and keep focusing on the target, keep focusing on moving forward, gaining momentum, and ultimately building your powerlifting total.
What I tend to tell people when it comes to not just powerlifting, any other sport, as far as us getting to the next level, it's all about effectiveness and efficiency. You're basically trying to figure out how can you make yourself faster and stronger and smarter.
The product Avi's creating is going to be essential. I think it's going to be absolutely great for people from beginners to right through to the elite level, be able to track numbers and be able to look back, look back year after year after year and see your progression and know that, well, 5 years ago I was only doing this, and be able to see that visually.
I think if I would have had that 5 years ago, I would have been able to maybe be at an elite position a lot sooner, because then you're able to make changes that you need to make to your training.
It will help me look at my tonnage, it'll help me look at my intensity, and it'll actually graphically show me over time what I'm good at, what I need improvement in.
At the end of the day, when you're doing your workouts, when you're doing your peaks, you talk to any of the top end lifters, they all have a plan. We all want to know what's going on. We want to know what percentage we're working at. What they've done is what everyone's tried to do so many times. There's variations of the app out there, but this one literally accumulates it all in one.
I'm very much into stats. Metrics are extremely important. It allows you to see areas where you've improved. It may also allow you to also pick out weaknesses as well. So any type of application, program, therapy, modality that can do so will definitely be a tool that any lifter or an athlete would use, because it's going to help you reach those goals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Patrick Anderson back for the final flight of lifting. Actually, I should say 2 flights, but the final round, the deadlift. I want to set the stage for what we're going to be witnessing because we're down to the final 4 weight classes. My partner, national champion, world record holder Bryce Lewis is back on the mic. Bryce, let's set the stage. We've got 2 women's classes coming up. And let's tell the folks at home what we're going to see in the 185-pound weight class. Now, we've talked all along about forecasted totals. Well, now it's no longer a forecast. When these lifters pull their openers, Sebrina Davis will be in first place. She will be 12.5 kilos ahead of Natalie Hanson. Natalie is the lighter lifter, so all Natalie needs to do is tie Sebrina Davis. Now, we're not that far behind to the teenage phenom. Daniella Melo is only an additional 15 pounds back. So basically you've got Sebrina Davis, a 28-pound drop to Natalie after openers, another 15 down to Daniella, and then it looks like we have a total from earlier today that must be in the 4th place spot. Unfortunately, I can't get anyone to release those numbers. I believe they're under CIA lock and key, so hopefully if we can get somebody who has top secret clearance to be able to release that. And then Alicia Webb in 5th place. In the unlimited class, it's pretty obvious, Bryce. Bonica's got a 35 kilo, 77-pound lead over.
There's no way to close that gap.
LeeAnn Hewitt. And LeeAnn is a unbelievable deadlifter, but she'd have to pull about 600. Now,
So
Mariah
we just started it off, yep.
Yes, Mariah was just successful. Awesome and amazing Mariah. 385-pound opener.
So we're going to want to see how this opener moves so we can see what size jump she's going to take.
Yeah, because really looking at it, Alicia, in my mind, it's still potential, but I think her best bet is to shoot for 2nd place. She's 15 kilos behind Natalie Hanson. She's heavier than Natalie.
Yeah. When do you decide whether to secure 2nd or take that gamble on 1st?
Yeah, and often, as you know, it's going to come down to what the number is she needs, because if it's something reasonable, I think they'll go for the win because – that's what she's here for.
Yeah, these girls all want to be on that national team headed to Minsk, Belarus next year.
Now, that was a solid opener, but I wouldn't call it easy by any stretch. Yep. So she's capable of 440, but I just don't see that being there today. That was 391. I would say, Bryce, maybe 15 more kilos is there. So really I'm thinking Alicia needs to start looking for maybe even 3rd place with Daniella Melo.
There's Tiffiny, competitive cheerleader and CrossFit competitor.
Yeah, and she's also the NAPF champion from St. Croix earlier this year. I was actually at that competition. It was beautiful. If you ever get a chance to go to St. Croix, I highly recommend it. The warm-up room, Bryce, literally was glass windowed, and you could look out and see the waves breaking. You were about maybe about 50 to 70 feet from the water when you were doing your warm-ups. Oh, and she wanted to mention her daddy as being her #1 fan. That was Tiffiny, by the way. Lindsey is the lifter now.
Lindsey makes it easy. Again, she won't be registering a total.
But that's a nice, healthy 413-pound opener. Now we get right into the meat sandwich of the battle here. Natalie
the beef
Hanson.
puff sandwich, so to speak.
Yeah, the beef puff sandwich. That's a good call there. Bryce is much more alliterative than I am, and that is a good way to describe it. The lady beef puffs, I know there's a bunch of them out there watching. Chelsea Savitt might be home by now. If you're watching Chelsea, congratulations on your performance. And make some noise for Natalie here. This lift would put her in 2nd, Bryce. And it would put her just 2.5 ahead of Alicia. Oh!
Okay.
Wow. All of a sudden, here I am running my mouth about what's going to happen, and the whole apple cart got flipped over.
So she needs this next one.
Well, and interestingly enough, Alicia Webb's next attempt is put in that will go ahead and tie what is Natalie doing. So Alicia Webb is trying to close the gap. Actually, let me correct that. Alicia Webb, interestingly enough, and I'm not sure the strategy here, the weight she chose and Josh chose is 2.5 kilos below what Natalie would have if Natalie's successful. So that's
for those watching at home,
attempt.
remember there's 2 changes they can make on their 3rd deadlift. They're going to be using those to try to jockey for position, sometimes for strategic means as well.
Meanwhile, Daniella was very strong on her opener, and as we've talked, She is still within shouting distance. She's right on top of second. She's only off of forecast 5 kilos behind, 11 pounds Alicia for second. It appears like Sebrina, there's at least a potential. She'll be 20 kilos behind after openers.
She's the heaviest by body weight, so she's going to need a win outright among these lifters.
Yeah, Daniella lifted, weighed in 1 kilo below the max, so approximately 183.
Melissa Copeland with a 424-pound opener.
Melissa's one of those that's very consistent in the squat and in the deadlift. She's done a 450 squat and a 468 deadlift before. All right, I'm told that we're still searching FBI files to get the records of the lifts that were performed earlier today. We have NSA people on it, CIA people on it, somebody out there. Anybody that has any power that can get me the results from earlier today. Josh Rohr will actually pay you innumerable amount if you get me the money. I don't know how much.
I don't know if you guys can hear it out there, but Cassie Williams and I just lifted to the same song. I had the same song picked for my primetime music.
I got to hear what song was
so
it.
I'm jamming. Skrillex. Some dubstep. So Sammi Johnson is taking 435 pounds as her opener. She's a big deadlifter.
And Sammi, I mentioned earlier, this is all dedicated to her grandmother. She's dealing with Alzheimer's, and Sammi really just finds inspiration from her. And if you're a Sammi fan out there, friend or relative, keep her and her family in your thoughts. And I'll tell you what, Sammi looked very strong on that opener.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Sammy's pulled 474 before, Bryce, so that was a conservative opener.
Yeah, that's light stuff. So Big Becky's coming out with 457.
Now, Becci is a phenomenal deadlifter. I've seen her pull 518 before. She actually deadlifted at the Summer Showdown that my partner here lifted at.
She creates her own workout clothes and singlets. And she's assistant director of Life's University Wellness Center, as well as being a student.
Yes, and she's one of the pretty strong powerlifting, coached by Vanessa Gale. Now let's see, LeeAnn Hewitt, the teenage phenom. I see Tony Harris. Looks like he has got nothing on his mind. He doesn't seem even like he's sweating at all about the fact that I'm telling the whole world he's going to be a national champion in about 30 minutes. Tony's signing autographs, kissing babies.
I think Sport Check's already telling him he's getting a drug test later. So
3 white lights for LeeAnn Hewitt. Yeah, and if you're a Tony Harris fan out there, that's probably only about the 100th drug test he's had in his career. So that's a guy that, of course, we all know is clean as there is. But it's good to know that the top lifters get tested, both in and out of meet.
Here's the bar loaded for Bonica Lough's 468 deadlift opener.
Bonica has pulled 523, so Bryce, if she is on her game, this should be a conservative opener. And I think that makes it official that, in addition to me being correct, Bonica Lough is your national champion in the women's 185.
Slap skin with Miss Track Fu herself, Kimberly Walford. Sebrina Davis will be our last deadlifter.
I'm not familiar with that nickname, Track Fu. Do you know what that means?
It's her Instagram handle. I'm not sure what it stands for.
Yeah, I'm one of those old fogies that I'm not even on Facebook, so Instagram is like 10 years down the road for me. Yeah, check out this world-class phone I have.
So I'm looking at
all of you have iPhones out there. I have a J phone. Do you know what a J phone is, Bryce? It's just a phone. It doesn't text. It doesn't take pictures. It actually does something interesting. It makes and receives phone calls.
So let's not discount how gigantic this opener is for Sebrina Davis.
If this is a solid
479 pounds.
I think.
Wow.
I won't go say she locked it down, but I think what she's doing right now is she's got the door closing. It hasn't shut yet, but if you're a Sebrina Davis fan out there, you're probably only about 10 minutes away from being able to pop that champagne, because she's gonna be locking down the national title, I think, on her next deadlift. That gives her a 5:05 total so far. And the nearest place to her is Daniella Melo. If Daniella makes her next lift, she'll still be 15 pounds behind. And Sebrina, we'll have to see what she jumps to. It really does come down to Jesse Norris almost made a mistake with David Ricks. If Sebrina jumps too big, she could open the door. What do you think off Sebrina she should go to? That was 217.
I'd give her 10 kilos.
Okay, I was going to say 7.5.
Yeah.
Only because being conservative because she's in the lead. So I'm going to say 225. Bryce, who's a lot smarter than me, says 227.
Well, we'll see what's on the bar.
A very easy lift for Mariah.
Again, we're going to look to see if Natalie Hanson can keep that hand closed and finish out that opening deadlift at 190.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is if she doesn't get it on this one, then she's really put herself in a position where she probably can't jump on the third. So she almost has to make this because she's not going to win off this lift. She has to hit it and then be able to jump again.
Exactly, yeah, exactly right.
The drama unfolding. Sebrina Davis' attempt still not in, but we're going to focus on Alicia Webb right here. This lift
She took a 12-kilo jump. 418 is on the bar.
And this is for second in the Masters. Interesting, she's chasing Sebrina Davis, so if she can beat her in the Masters,
a comfortable pull.
Beat her in the overall.
So we still don't see Sebrina Davis' second deadlift up there.
Yeah, we've already moved 2 lifters past,
Yeah.
so she must have it in, or if not, they have to give her 220 because she's clearly past the 1 minute clock. Here it goes, the moment of truth. I'll let you read it.
225, so she did jump that 7.5 kilos.
Yeah, so they agree with me, but that doesn't mean I'm right. But I think it's smarter only because she needs to lock down the win.
All right, so Hanson needs this.
Yeah, this is...
Maybe it's a grip problem.
If you're a Natalie Hanson
fluke
fan, you need to tune close because she has to make this. There's no doubt she has to make this. I think that was a good lift.
Yeah,
she
I'll
got a
give it
quick
to her.
down signal, but I think it was good. Now, the problem for Natalie is that still only put her in 4th. She has to actually hit a bigger lift to be able to win.
Yeah, I'm wondering if she jumps to something in between her planned second and third, or if she just jumps right to the third attempt. And again, she has a few chances to change it, so whatever they put in now is not final.
And Daniella Melo's lift, in my opinion, had room to spare. So she's actually the one lifter I think that has a chance to maybe pull it out. It's really going to come down to if Sebrina can hit her second deadlift, this next one coming up.
And to see an 18-year-old here in contention for the Open.
Historic. Now, I want to comment on Lindsey Cardinal here because some of you Lindsey fans out there, and Bryce, you probably would remember, she bombed it. Oh, that might be no lift. She dropped the bar. Let's see what the judges say.
They didn't see it.
A lot nicer than I am. But I want to comment on Lindsey because she went 0 for 3, bombed in the squat, and you know what? She made all 3 benches.
Yeah.
She's made 2 deadlifts, so she's right back on track, Bryce.
It's got to be tough to put that out of your mind and just finish
because
the total.
If she would have gotten 1 squat in, you'd have to figure she'd be right there because she's 5 for 5. Tiffiny Wohlers.
I don't know if you guys saw, but her overhand had a thumbless grip. You usually don't see that when people are pulling.
Wow, I wish I would have seen that. That is amazing. That takes an amazing amount of grip strength. All right, so we got Melissa Copeland, and then we are going to move right into Daniella Melo, potentially making history as a teenager, trying to see if she can get on top or maybe even just medal in the Women's Open.
That's a good pull.
Yeah, Melissa Copeland, she was impressive to me at the Summer Showdown. She makes a lot of lifts.
And surprise, surprise, our heaviest deadlift is still going to be LeeAnn Hewitt, edging out Bonica Lough in the second so far. She took a gigantic 20-kilo jump from her opener.
And LeeAnn is a world record holder in the Open as a teenager at 5:24. So a 5:07 second attempt is well within her range. Now, this is the lifter I want you to focus on, Bryce. Daniella Melo, to me, looks strong in her opener, but this is a PR-tying lift. Now, she's 18, and when you're 18, you get stronger every minute. So this might have room to spare. Bryce.
She's having a great day today.
Bryce, she might have a shot to pull for the win.
Crowd agrees. She's got room. I would give it to her. If you're here, you're at Nationals,
well, I'm going to be able to
you
tell
go for it.
I'm going to be able to tell you the number exactly in a minute. but I don't think people realize how huge this is. Right now, she's only 15 pounds out of the lead.
Yeah.
And she is lighter than Sebrina Davis. She is heavier than the other lifters, but the lifter she needs to catch, she is 0.05 kilos lighter. So you talk about 1/10 of a pound could separate a national title, Bryce. Who was it that said they eat donuts before they lift? The difference between a national title could be about a quarter of a donut.
Steve Goggins lifter. Cassie Williams walks away with that 205-pound deadlift.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting because really Sebrina Davis can really lock this down. If she's successful, in my opinion, it would push Daniella to too much. Now, Sammi, like I mentioned earlier, she's pulled 474. This is 468. She is just a phenomenal deadlifter.
And again, to Sebrina's credit, Daniella has to pull before she does. So Sebrina doesn't get to pull, and Daniella gets to choose later. Daniella has to decide what she's going to pull as the right call
and
earlier.
That brings up a strategy, and I want your thoughts. In my opinion, if you're Sebrina Davis, you pass your second attempt. No use wasting the energy. She's in the lead. You see what you need on the third. She might not even need that weight. She can go for anything. But some lifters, Brad Gillingham, who's a good friend of mine, he prefers to pull the second so that he can feel the weight. So would your strategy be, if you had it in the lead, would you pass the second and wait till you know exactly what you need, or would you pull the second?
I'd pull the second. I mean, these flights are 14 lifters. That's a long time in between deadlifts.
So you'd end up having 28 lifters if you pass.
Exactly. You don't take 30 minutes in between deadlifts when you're training. Most people don't. That's a long time without touching the barbell.
That lift for Becci was uneven, but it was very strong. So if she can get her grip set and her stance set, I think she's capable of over 500 today.
So I missed the screen. What happened with Sammi Johnson's second attempt?
Basically, she wasn't. It didn't even get to her knees. Her knees actually crashed in, so she wasn't. It didn't look to me like that's going to be a lift she's going to be able to make. Sammi, this is her first national. She came all the way from California. I'm sure there's got to be some fatigue. She was so excited, though, just to meet all these lifters.
It's a good showing for her first nationals.
Now, here it is. If Daniella Melo is going to have the historic upset, Sebrina Davis is the one she's got to catch. And this is the lift right here. Sebrina Davis, as I said earlier, she can almost close the door. I won't call it, but if she makes this lift, Bryce, I think the door is just being shut. And this would be a 47-year-old winning the Open Nationals. Oh, no, I do not think that was locked out. Let's see what the judges say.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did not lock that out. But the interesting thing is it wasn't a strength issue, Bryce.
Exactly.
So she's capable of it.
Yeah,
sometimes
she can get it.
Sometimes you'll see lifters who don't lock it out because they couldn't. And, of course, then they're in trouble. I think in her replay, I think it was one of those things, she just stopped. Yeah, that's not a lockout.
You can see the shoulders finish forward. You have to make sure that you're demonstrating that you finished with the shoulders back.
But now Daniella Melo has to decide, should she up her attempt? The one they have in would not pull for the win. It would be 2.5 kilos low. You have to figure they'll bump it. It would be 2.5 kilos below what Sebrina has.
So she's currently in fourth. So,
yes.
If she misses it, it's a risk.
Well, Alicia Webb is going for the win. Natalie Hanson is going for the win. This is going to be drama. Daniella Melo, I assume, will also change. We could have 4 pulls for the win, Bryce.
Yeah. So at least Daniella Melo gets to wait to see what Alicia Webb does. Alicia Webb pulls before. She gets a little bit of time to make some
Natalie
strategy.
Hanson. Now, Natalie, in my opinion, has the toughest road. She's jumping 28 pounds off a lift that she struggled to hold on to. Alicia's jumping 33 pounds. I think that's going to be out of her limits. But Daniella's only jumping 5 kilos. She needs to bump that up. Whoever's coaching her, we would hate to see her not put in the right attempt. Hopefully she's got some experienced coaches. Now let's see LeeAnn Hewitt. Wow. No wonder she's the world's best deadlifter. That's a 17-year-old.
That's incredible.
Yeah, LeeAnn Hewitt, I'm sure you got some family out there watching. Please let them know that I said this is an unbelievably strong teenager. I'm going to step out there and say I could see LeeAnn Hewitt someday pulling 600 pounds, Bryce.
I could see it.
I mean, can you imagine
that would be
a
historic.
600-pound woman's deadlift in the IPF? We've already seen, she's standing right in front of us, Bonica Lough squats 600 pounds in IPF competition.
Here comes Mariah with her very last pull of the night.
Yeah, we talked about earlier her amazing dad Martin in Osceola, Wisconsin, her awesome mom Cindy in Minneapolis, Minnesota, her girlfriend Liz in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Hopefully any or all of you are watching. Let's see if Mariah can bring home 3 for 3, 424 pounds. What a lockout. Is she going to get it? Bryce, I think that's a good lift.
Oh, it gave me chills.
Did she get the down?
Oh, she's got 2 reds.
And what they're saying on the 3 card could be a mixed bag. To me, it'll be interesting to see. I thought she locked it out, but I couldn't hear the down signal.
Yeah.
We're going to watch it again. Do you think this lift is locked out? Let's see. The bar does not come back down. Her knees appear to be locked. Her shoulders locked.
Did she drop it? Is that
and that's the only thing, is it's hard to tell if she got the down signal.
Yeah.
So mom and dad back home and girlfriend, we don't know for sure exactly what happened, but a great congratulations to Mariah for the effort.
Remember, Cardinal could have been in contention. We'll see if she finishes.
Yeah, I call this a 5-game winning streak here, Bryce. She has made 5 straight lifts, and now I think you can call it a 6-game winning streak.
There you go.
And I've been powerlifting.
So next year, we'll see.
I've been powerlifting for a long time, and it is very rare to have 3 missed squats and then go 6 for 6, because there's a mental thing when that happens in the squat.
Absolutely.
You know, so Lindsey's really to be credited, and to her family and friends back home. I know she's probably disappointed about the squat, but when she gets home, let her know how amazing what she did was. And really, to me, if I'm coaching her or a friend of hers, I'm just saying look towards next year.
Okay, this is a giant pull for Natalie. So she took 12-kilo jump up. She's really just trying to get in second and cross her fingers that one of the other lifters.
Well, no, this would actually put her in the win because she'd be lighter than Sebrina at current. Now, this is a little more than I think she's got in her. Oh, boy, maybe I don't. Is that a good lift?
No, it's out of her hand. Yeah.
See, she pulled it even better than I thought. That would have been for the lead. I shouldn't say the win. It would have been for the lead. We're going to have 4. Well, we're actually only going to have 3 winning pulls unless somebody can get through to Daniella Melo's coach. If you're listening online and you know her coach, text her, call her. I don't know if they have Pony Express anymore, but you got to get through to her. She only needs 2.5 kilos more. Looks like they might be changing it right now.
So here's the change. We're seeing the scoreboard.
We
this
see
is the first change, 210.
We're being teased that we see the cursor over her number. There it is.
212.5. They jumped another 2.5 kilos.
Alicia Webb will pull for the win. Daniella Melo, the teenager, will be pulling for the lead. I keep sounding like a broken record in all the history we've seen this week, but you'd have to say if an 18-year-old can win a class, we want to make sure we give credit to Tiffiny Wohlers.
Class.
Tiffiny Wohlers just pulled 446. But I'm sorry, Tiffiny, we got so much going on here. An 18-year-old going against a 45-year-old veteran, Alicia, a 47-year-old veteran in Sebrina, a 26-year-old phenomenal lifter in Natalie.
So talk about big jumps. This is a 15-kilo jump. Alicia Webb is attempting 451.
Now again, and I spoke out of turn with Natalie, I think this is a little out of her limits, but Alicia is a great puller.
She can really grind through some deadlifts.
Yes, she's a great puller.
It's not there.
A little bit too much.
It's not there.
So if you're Sebrina Davis, you've got one bullet you need to dodge because Sebrina has already got the total. Her opener has the total. Alicia Webb is actually now going to finish in anywhere from 2nd to 4th. Daniella Melo, your 18-year-old phenom, is going to have a shot at pulling
Cassie Williams
for the win.
Coming out for her last deadlift. 463 on the bar.
Cassie Williams and my partner Bryce Lewis, similar music tastes.
Wow. Stays with it. Can she hold it? No, that's a hitch.
No lift for Cassie.
Yeah.
But she was quite impressive with a 451.
So the drama continues.
And drama is a good word for it because we have got all kinds of interesting battles finishing up in the 185s. Now we have a couple lifters. Right now we want to touch on 185 plus Melissa Copeland. My partner, who's a deadlift extraordinaire, has been impressed with her pulls so far. What do you think of 462, Bryce?
This might be out of her reach. She's a great deadlifter.
She's got good floor speed, so let's see if she can get the lockout. I know she's going to get it moving. Bryce.
Wow.
What do you think?
Call me impressed. That was amazing. That was a 12-kilo jump. Yeah.
Hey, Melissa, when you get home and you watch this video, I want you to give a big raspberry to my partner, Bryce Lewis, for saying you couldn't make that lift. Of course, it's really a testament to how great of a lifter you are. And we're going to see it again. See, we're going to show it to you again because this is Melissa Tuchscherer Copeland. So Melissa's showing you she's too sure she's going to make the deadlift.
It was dominant, too. My bad for ever doubting you, Melissa.
Mind you, I'm teasing a guy who's almost an 800 puller, so we tease because we care. Just out of curiosity's sake, while we have a moment, what did you think if you would have needed it, you could have pulled yesterday? Absolute max.
800.
799? Is that what you feel would have been there?
I pulled it in training. I wanted to do it.
But I mean, based on how it felt, the 760, what did you think was there?
Warm-ups felt great. I could have got it, yeah.
Because I'll be honest, I told Matt Gary I thought 88 to 93 based on what I saw. Now, it all comes down to at that point how much of a lockout you got. But I felt like after seeing you pull 88 to 93, so to hear 799, that just makes me think I can't wait to see your next meet. Because if you're going to pull 799, Bryce, and it's easy for me to say, you might as well go 804. So yeah. I'm just telling you, next time you get into a competition, just pull over 800.
I was talking to L.S. McLean, speaking of while I clean this barbell. He said you won't feel any difference in the bench press between, 491 and 496. Just do it. Just go 496. So here's Sammi Johnson with the last pull. She missed it on the second.
That is easier for Ellis to say because he's got muscles that look like they never end. He looks like he's walking around, and he's got like 2 sets of pecs and 2 sets of biceps and triceps.
468 pounds.
This will be the last time we get to see Sammi, so I want to give a congratulations to her. It was the first time she's been in the Nationals. She's a very nice young lady. She seems like she's got all kinds of big goals and dreams in the sport, and I just hope we get to see her again.
So Melo is pulling for the win here.
Well, let's clarify. She's pulling for the lead. Sebrina Davis will have a shot, so this does not officially win it. I want to make sure we're clear. But when she pulls this, she will be in first place at the national championships at 18 years of age. I don't believe that's been done in more than 30 years in powerlifting. I think she's got it. I think she's got it.
No way.
Daniella Melo is oh no.
2 reds.
We've got to watch that again because one of them was a 1 card, one of them was a 2 card. The 1 card means that she wasn't standing completely straight, knees and shoulders. The 2 card could have been resting the bar on the thighs or the bar went back down. Did the bar ever go back down?
Oh, at the very end as she settled in.
But the rule book specifically allows for settling. I think this needs to go to the jury. We'll see if they petition that.
I hope they do.
What was the lockout? Did you see anything not locked out?
Nothing. Shoulders were way back.
Do we have time to do one more? If we could replay that one more time. I mean, I'm so amazed by that lift. I have to see. We're not going to be able to see it right away. We'll hopefully watch it later. Now, Sebrina Davis, if she's careful, needs to pull this because if for some reason the jury overturns that, Daniella Melo could be in the lead. So Sebrina, to be safe, needs to make this lift. And Sebrina, remember, she had the lift. She just needs to lock it out. Yeah, she still does that thing where she doesn't pull her shoulders back. I think that was good, though.
They'll give it to her this time. She gets 2 whites.
The difference on this one was I thought she got her shoulders back a little farther.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
When you push your head forward, she actually pushes her head forward. It gives more of the appearance of it not being locked. Like almost at the top here, if she just looked her head up. Kind of like my partner, Bryce. Now, he looks all the way at the lights, but I think if you just look up a little bit, it gives more of an appearance. I really do want to see, I'm going to request again at some point from my director, if we can see Daniella Melo's last pull at some point before we're done. I'd really love to be able to watch that. Okay, Becci Holcomb is timing out, so we've got time if you want to go back. We're not going to have a pull for 60 seconds. I really want to see this, Bryce, because what I want to know is, was their legs or shoulders locked? Because one judge said the bar went down, but the other one clearly said a red card.
It's a nice thing to do, by the way. These lifters timing out so they don't just mess up the timing for other lifters.
Well, here's the lift. So you tell me what is not locked out here. The legs,
it could be the
shoulders.
Legs. I see a little bit of
One
bend
more
in the
time, I want to
knees.
see it. So my partners are saying it might be the left leg.
It's possible if we get a side view, we might be able to see what the judges are seeing.
We wouldn't be able to see side replay, but we might be able to do one more replay. We've got a little bit of time. I'm just pushing my replay director to the max, but he's a world-class director. So let's see. Is the shoulders completely locked? I think so. Okay. All right. I think I've solved the mystery. I believe what happens is as the bar descended on her left side, her left knee unlocked.
Okay. Here's Lough taking 5-12.
Bonica Lough, a 600 squatter. And she doesn't even pull. She just went out, and I think she's just basically celebrating the victory. So Bonica Lough, your national champion. Wait, she already left the platform. Oh, actually, okay, I apologize. The bar was not called loaded.
Okay.
Legally, you're not allowed to step off the platform. Bonica, the bar was not called loaded. That was my mistake.
It's a lot of composure to be able to get out
here.
here.
Yeah, actually, it shows how great mentally she is. I thought maybe she was just doing a walkout.
No, forward.
Uh-oh, looked like she might have tweaked something. Hopefully she's okay.
Shakes the referee's hands.
All right, so we can be clear. Sebrina Davis will be your national champion. Daniella Melo will finish in second in the open division. Natalie Hanson will actually finish in third. And my prediction, Alicia Webb will finish in fourth. But all of those lifters, the 4 top lifters in that class, will only be separated by, looks like about 40 pounds.
Wow.
And second for fourth was only separated by about 15. So,
and look at the difference in ages there. Natalie Hanson, 26. Sebrina Davis, 47. Alicia Webb, 45. And finally, Daniella Melo, 18 years old.
Yeah, I'm hoping I get a chance to congratulate Daniella Melo. That's not a lifter I've ever met or familiar with.
Bring
but
her on
she
for
really
an interview at the end.
Yeah, she really deserves credit. And if you're out there, a fan of hers, a coach of hers, make sure she knows, because hopefully at 18 she's not discouraged and knows that was an unbelievable performance. Now, you speak about 18. Daniella Melo is a crusty old veteran compared to LeeAnn Hewitt. LeeAnn Hewitt's just 17.
So this will be a new a national unofficial world record.
Oh, and you know what happened? If we're going to get to watch that again, she absolutely smoked it. And right at the top, it appeared like it got a little bit forward, and then it started to pop out of her hands. That lift was no good, and there's clearly it was not locked out. But watch how easy it is, and then right there.
Oh, my gosh. She looks like she could clean and jerk that weight.
It almost looked like it went up so fast, it pushed her forward.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll see that when you pull. If you come up so fast, there's a rebound effect. So, wow, so your national champions, Bonica Lough, Sebrina Davis. And I'm, for those of you keeping score at home, 11-2 so far. Bill Tenorelli took me off my perch, knocking off Shorty Sedang on day one. And Sebrina Davis just knocked me off, and she
You just heard
off.
that.
That was a big cheer from Sebrina Davis,
That's
who walked
Sebrina.
by our stage. Now in this group, it's going to come down to the battle for the open title between Tony Harris and Jared Martin. After openers, they will only be 28 pounds apart. Tony is the lighter lifter. In the junior division, we still have the storyline, in the masters division, of Grant Higa trying to catch Jamie from earlier today.
So Mike is off his usual unhuman deadlifting self. He's opening 567.
Yeah, he told me 622 was about what he would go to.
Yep. In previous meets, you might see him open 700, low sevens, and finish, above 8.
Are you coming over? Are you getting on the broadcast? What's that? Are you getting on the broadcast? Grab a chair and pull up over there. want to sit here?
Well, if you guys can hear us, this is Andy Askow's opener. He's coming in at 6:39.
We might potentially have a surprise guest. I was trying to coordinate, so my partner will take over for a moment.
Well, he makes that very easy.
The headset.
Okay, Higa's opener, 295, 650 on the bar.
Grant Higa is your lifter. We're getting set up here. It looks like we're going to have a special guest. When everything is mic'd up, give me a thumbs up. Looks like we're good here in just a moment. I'll introduce our guest. Grant Higa, 650, opening attempt deadlift, very successful, 3 white lights.
And it always scares me when they just take their hands off the bar real quick.
We had one of those earlier, Bryce, and you and I thought the judges missed it because they didn't call the reds. We are joined now by the president of USA Powerlifting and a world champion in the Masters Division himself, Larry Maley. Larry, good afternoon.
How are you guys doing?
We are doing excellent. Give us an update on what you think of today so far, and then we'll go back over the whole weekend. What do you think of today's lifting?
I think today's lifting is fantastic, and the 1,005 squat by Ray Williams will go down in history. No question, maybe the greatest thing I've ever seen.
That's funny because I said the same thing. Now, you are an admirer and a long-time follower of Tony Harris. Tell us what you think. This guy at 51 looks like he might pull off the open upset and win the open title, opening at 683.
Well, I can tell you for sure that anyone that bets against Tony Harris, that's a bad bet.
What do you think, Bryce? See, Larry, I'm not as dumb as I look. I picked Tony Harris to start the day, and I did it because of what you said.
Don't bet against he was out.
No, I'm not saying you were. I'm just saying. Basically, the reason why Larry said that is because Tony does this all the time.
Yeah.
And he comes into a competition where, Dennis Cornelius was clearly the favorite. Perry Ellis was going to beat him. And all of a sudden, circumstance, things happen, and Tony Harris is going to be your champ.
Yeah, looking back, Pat, 2003 in South Dakota, Tony pulled off the win after tearing a hamstring, and he straight-legged the deadlift for the win. And that confirms for me that you can never count him out.
Yeah, now stop and think about that, Bryce, what Larry just said. Tony Harris tore a hamstring, so he could not bend his legs. So what does a normal person do? Will they bow out of the competition or they open at 135? Tony Harris says, no, I'll just stiff leg. I actually was coaching him when that happened, and he actually pulls in the gym stiff-legged as much as 750 pounds. So he said, as long as you can get me where it's 750 or less, because he actually had a similar injury at the Worlds, and he was in 16th place after opening deadlifts and got all the way up to the top 5. Now, Larry, tell me about this guy, because this is a guy that's come on the scene recently, and I've been raving about how, other than Ray Williams, this is the strongest raw lifter, maybe Blaine Sumner, period, and he only weighs 275. What do you think of Dennis Cornelius?
The remarkable thing about Dennis is virtually every one of his attempts is easy, and when you expect him to come up and you expect it to be a hard attempt and he pulls it through anyway, that's why he ends up on top.
And Larry was right on target. And how about the technical proficiency? I know you're a very technically sound lifter, and when you coach lifters, obviously Priscilla Ribic, one of the best technicians out there. Dennis impresses me because in addition to being easy, he seems technically sound across the board. He has no weakness.
That's right. You never see any of his technique vary. Every single lift looks the same. Everyone in warm-ups, everyone on the platform, everything is the same.
And that touches on my partner Bryce mentioned earlier that your lifts should all look the same, just the bar speed a little slower as the weight goes up. Now this is the one lifter who could spoil the party for Tony Harris. He is quite a deadlifter. This is 700, and that's a very strong lockout. Unfortunately, I just think based off of openers only, he's a little too far behind off of Tony. Really off of openers, Jarrett would actually need about 33 more pounds. Now, interestingly, we talked about Tony being such a great lifter. Jared off of openers would only need 33 more pounds, which I think might be there. It'll be close. But Tony disregarded Jared and jumped 44 pounds.
Wow.
So Tony is saying, I'm going to pull 727 and win this meet.
Yeah.
But if there's a hiccup a la Jesse Norris against David Ricks, all of a sudden he's opening the door now.
Yeah, it's a fight.
Tony's had some history of leg injuries like Larry mentioned, so I'm surprised he took that big of a jump. But knowing Tony, he's probably going to pull 40 more pounds on his third.
And it looked good. His first looked great, so I think Tony's in for a good second.
Larry, let me ask you about this lifter walking off the platform. Had you ever seen Jaisyn Mike before today? Is this a lifter you're familiar with?
No, I'm not really.
Let me tell you something about him you'll get a kick out of. He's 300 pounds and he can dunk a basketball. And there's a video online of him. He showed it.
It reminds me of back in the 80s, I was refereeing at a Texas State meet, and Mark Henry was there, and he was goofing around dunking the ball.
And he was probably well over 300. This guy weighs 300. Mark was probably what?
405.
Oh, my gosh. I wonder if there's a record for the heaviest person to dunk a basketball. I'll call it Mark Henry because I don't want to tell him he's not the record holder. Now, this guy's interesting. Bryce had mentioned his bench is really unusually low, but this guy is a super deadlifter, 7'11", as a junior. Have you gotten to see him lift before? Big squatter.
I have. And his squat and his deadlift really carry him through. And I think if he spent a little time on his bench and worked on his mechanics, nobody probably could touch him.
Sounds like my partner, Bryce. You and Larry must be combining your notes because Bryce said that about an hour ago. Hey, Matt, I'm not the one saying it.
Larry, earlier we were saying, this is a 3-lift sport. And, if you want to be good, you need to be good at all 3.
Yeah, I always tell my lifters that you probably can't win on your bench press, but you certainly can lose on it.
That's very true.
That's actually a great way to describe it because that's Matt Sohmer. He loses because of the bench.
Now, that's a wide deadlift grip.
Yeah, some of the bigger lifters you'll see it's simply harder. As big as he is, his stance is wide just to get his grip in. But, of course, that makes it a lot harder to lock out. Now, Larry, we focused a lot on today because it was amazing, but you've been here all week, and we've seen amazing women, and we've seen amazing masters and young. Just give us an overview, the lifting and the organization, where it's at. I've never seen it better in terms of depth and quality.
Yeah, I think that started out with the prime time with the small girls and continued on through the week. But again, Pat, this is the biggest meet in history. There are 1,158 entries. I don't know what the final count of show-ups were, but that really shows the depth. And one of the interesting things about this meet is last year's meet ended up having 990 participants in it. And this year, 350 of those people came to this meet. That means that there are another 700 new people in this meet.
Wow, I wasn't aware of that.
And that shows you what the depth of USA powerlifting is.
Let me jump in for a minute. Ray Williams, 749 pounds. This is to officially lock in that world record squat.
And with
I'm
that,
sorry, American record. Let me make sure I'm clear. American record. But with that lift right now, Ray Williams, 1,005, will stay on the books for eternity.
and he's also going to Worlds next year.
And wherever else he wants to.
Yeah.
Wherever else he wants to go.
Next, I think you probably will see him in the Arnold, where he can take a shot at that world record.
I love the fact that you said, Larry, the greatest thing you think you've ever seen. I don't actually know the answer to this question. What year was the first year you either competed or went to a powerlifting meet?
1976, I guess.
So you're talking 40 years, and then most recently, in about the past 15 years, you've been at, by my estimation, just about every nationals and worlds in every country, everywhere.
Yep, this is really one of the most remarkable things.
The only thing I could compare it to was James Henderson's 7'11" in a T-shirt bench press, IPF world record. That's the closest in terms of unbelievable event that I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was remarkable because he was really about 150 pounds ahead of everybody when he did that.
Yeah, the world record with a shirt at that point was 683.
Wow.
And he did 7'11". The reason why I put Ray's ahead of it simply is Ray is a full meat lifter and James was just a bencher. But please, James, if you're watching, don't take that personally. He makes Ray look small.
So I know all of these deadlifts are very painful for Mike right now, so he's finishing out a good day.
Yeah, Larry, you can touch on this because I believe you would have been there. Mike Tuchscherer is one of the only Americans to have won a gold at the World Games. Were you at that World Games?
I was at that World Games, and he really put on a dominant performance there. And mostly through balance. I mean, he has no lift that exceeded everyone else's. It was only through balance across all 3 lifts that he ended up in first place at the end.
I usually pride myself on knowing the numbers, but I actually think you might know this better than I do. Is there been another American who has won a gold at the World Games in either the men or the women's other than Mike Tuchscherer?
I think it would predate our experience in the IPF.
Okay. Because back then there were obviously a lot more American top lifters. There weren't as many countries. So under the
It's interesting to
USAPL.
see Askow pulling conventional. Last year he was pulling sumo at nationals.
Now you said you coached him at last year's nationals. Do you remember what he pulled? I actually might have that here.
It wasn't too high above 700.
So he's at 677. He actually pulled 677 last year.
Okay.
And he just pulled 677, so maybe he switched because he's going to pull 700.
Andy's remarkable in that a lot of really big guys don't pull well. And so you see them squat 800 and then deadlift 550, and that's not the case for Andy.
Well, and you know what I noticed on Andy? This is the first time I got to see him in person. I was familiar with his numbers, but you've obviously probably seen him. Really a very consistently deep squatter for a large man. A lot of times they're borderline. To me, his were no doubt.
And I think he even benefits by getting that balance off of his hamstrings and calves, too.
Yep, I agree.
Now, Grant Higa, this is interesting because he's trying to make the Masters World second spot. Jaisyn Mike, based on that age factor, would potentially be, if he can get one deadlift in, Jaisyn Mike would be the first place guy, but Grant Higa's trying to catch Jamie from earlier this morning. Jamie, what's the last name?
Grotan.
Jamie Grotan. I want to make sure I acknowledge that. So Grant Higa now is going to pull, we can actually say it officially, for the second place spot in the Masters.
Jason makes that, sorry, that's William Burrell. He had that bobble on his first. This one's good.
I apologize for cutting off the president. I hope you understand we got a lot going on here.
Yep, no problem.
In fact, I got to touch on this lifter that just left, Larry. I'm not sure if you're aware. William Burrell is the one who got Ray Williams into powerlifting. I don't know if you know that backstory. They played high school football together.
Yep, I've talked to him about it some.
And I said to them, how would you ever lose a game? And Ray Williams said, when we were seniors, we didn't. And I believe that, because can you imagine those two on the same high school football team? So now, sorry again, Larry, this guy right here needs this lift to go into the first place in the Masters. If he makes this lift, he's pretty much got it wrapped because he's got such a big lead. Let's see. So
three whites on the board.
There's your Masters national champion. Now Grant Higa.
He knows it.
Grant Higa needs to pull his lift to knock Jamie Grotan off for the second place, which could very well make the team on alternates. When you're watching at home, if you're not the winner, you get ranked on the alternate pool. And so that's going to be an interesting battle. Let's get back to Larry. Overview thoughts of the organization and the meet.
Well, one of the things that we haven't put out there is that membership-wise in the organization, we have about 1,000 more members right now this year than we did all of last year. So we're really on an upswing, and we're on tap for about 220 meets this year. The depth is growing across the country.
How many meets does that compare to previous years when you say we're on pace for 220?
Well, when I got elected, we had 110 meets, I think, that year. So
what year was that?
2003.
So literally double the meets.
Yes.
Nice pull.
Wow.
And what would you say, membership-wise, when you took over to now?
When I took over, we had 3,300 members. Projections look like we're going to go about 14,500 this year.
Wow. And I'm kind of a math guy. I can tell you that's almost a 500% improvement. I mean, that's dramatic. And you said about 2003, so 13 years. So, well, let me see. Jumping ahead, I would say if you could hold on the presidency another 13 years, we should be at about 100,000 lifters. What does that sound like, Larry?
You know, I don't think I'm going to make it.
Well, maybe we can have you as what would they call it, a consultant. You can pass the title on to someone else. We don't want to go back to 3,000 members. All right, here's the guy, Anthony Harris, 727, and this will lock down your Open National title. And who doesn't expect this to go up?
Wow. Solid.
3 white lights. 51 years of age, Larry, your national champion.
With dominance.
You know, it's remarkable, too. David Ricks only lost the Open National title on the last deadlift to Jesse Norris, and What is remarkable here is the number of master lifters lifting here, competing in the open division, and at the level of the best in the world.
Well, and you've probably been running around, so I don't know if you were able to keep track. In the women's 185-pound weight class, an 18-year-old Daniella Melo had the deadlift in her hands to go in the lead to a 47-year-old Sebrina Davis. So talk about that you're having two national titleists battling for the title, 18 and 47 in the same weight class.
Yep, that's a remarkable thing about this, that not only do our lifters last a long time, they come on early and they do well as well. So we have that spread as well, and when you see it out at the world level, interestingly enough, some of our teams at the international level are the oldest teams in the world, also competing with the best in the world still. So.
Well, and it's interesting. I told Bryce I was judging one of the early sessions a few days ago, and in one flight, Erin Ribick and I was actually taking the national test, so she was the judge. Erin Ribick and I had a 13-year-old girl and an 81-year-old woman in the same flight. So
right.
That tells you right off the bat, is there another sport you could find that's that diverse in terms of a national, being able to compete in the nationals?
Nope, this is it.
All right, now we just keep praising this guy, and I don't know how many adjectives are left, but 744, and we fully expect, as Larry said, it's going to be technically sound, and it's probably going to have room to spare.
And what I think is interesting, one of Dennis's goals was going for the untested 275 world record. That's the most anyone
Let's make sure we're clear, because I'm a stickler. It's not a world record, but I understand what you're saying.
Sure, yeah.
It's what they call an unofficial total record.
Sure.
There's only one world record. It's IPF, so.
And so, as a drug-tested IPF lifter, Dennis Cornelius wants to pull that on his third.
Well, and looking at his total, he just beat the total that he had previously done at 264. That 985 total is 2170, I believe, if my math is correct. Larry would probably know better than I. He knows the kilos. That sounds like 2170. 985, yes. That's a tremendous total with one more lift to go. Let's watch Matt Sohmer pull 755. And I tell you what, if we can get Larry Maley and Bryce Lewis to get Matt Sohmer on a bench clinic between the two of you guys, this guy might be the champion next year.
If we can get him to actually bench.
I mean, really, look at how great that is. That's a great deadlift.
It is fantastic.
I mean, we just talked about how great Tony Harris is. That was 27 pounds more than him. So, Larry, we'll get back to you right before Ray Williams. What are your other thoughts? Anything about the organization and the meet?
No, but not anything in particular. I just wanted to say that I wanted to thank first Josh Rohr and Team Rohr for putting on this meet. It's been a fantastic meet. This really is the biggest show in powerlifting, and it has been fantastic from start to finish.
We got to interrupt you for 793, and I want to touch on what this is, 1,036. This would put him over 2,300 pounds, the first time in Ray's career, and the first time anyone has ever done 2,300 pounds raw. So this will be the American record total and the biggest total you've ever seen to go with that huge, huge squat. And I think there's no doubt 3 for 3.
Easily done, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's just amazing.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to sign off and get back to work, but it's been great. And again, I wanted to thank everyone watching out there as well as the crowd here. It's just been a great several days.
And I want to second what you said. I think Josh Rohr is an up-and-coming meet director, maybe the best we have, and what he's done this weekend is amazing. All the lifters, coaches, everyone is telling us great reports. Thank you for stopping by, Larry, and for leading the organization. USA Powerlifting, in my opinion, has never, ever looked better than it did this week.
I agree, and thank you.
All right, now we're going to go back to the final round of deadlifts. Now I want to jump in because I was so fired up I misspoke. Ray Williams' lift did not break the American record total. I was glancing at too many things. It was a little bit shy. Now he's got more left in him. I believe if I do a quick math, that was around a 2281 total that it gave him. It didn't quite give him the 2299. 1045 is actually So now he is going for it on his next lift. He's going for Brad Gillingham's deadlift record and Ray Williams' total record. Now let's watch Mike right here. Tuchscherer, 628. Yeah, you can really see. I mean,
That's a good way to finish out.
Yeah,
though.
he's just making sure that he gets.
Yeah.
You said 440 Wilks. He got 463 Wilks.
This is a stepping stone for him. That's a great meet, and I'm really excited to see Mike back on the platform like this.
So let me tell you guys, while we have a few minutes, Ray Williams going for this deadlift record. He specifically wanted me to mention, because I'm hoping he's watching. He's a great friend of mine and really a legend in the sport. The most decorated super heavyweight that the United States has ever produced, bar none, Brad Gillingham. He's the only lifter to have won the super heavyweight gear and super heavyweight raw in the IPF Worlds. Ray Williams considers Brad a mentor and an idol. He got to spend a week with him in Australia a few years ago at a competition, and that 827 pull that he's going for is to beat Brad's American and world record, although it wouldn't count as a world record in the deadlift.
Nope. Just couldn't get his hips through on that.
And I thought it was nice when I talked to Ray Williams that he acknowledged the greatness of Brad, because Brad, in addition to his performance on the platform, he's a Tony Harris-like, that he is one of the most all-time popular lifters in the history of USA powerlifting.
Here's Higa draping the Hawaiian flag, I believe.
So let's see here. Higa is going for, this is for second place, and this would potentially give him a shot at the Worlds. Because if Jaisyn Mike decides not to go, this would give Grant Higa. And in actuality, this would give Grant the national title, because Jaisyn is not eligible in the nationals. He's only eligible for the Worlds, because he'll be 40 next year. So if Grant locks this out, let's see what the judges say. Grant Higa, you are the super heavyweight Masters national champion.
Wow. And with that, he also edged out Jamie's 827.3.
Exactly. So congratulations to Jamie, because what that means is Jamie is in second place. Grant Higa's the champion. What an unbelievable finish for Grant. Great job, Grant. And so that we're clear, if you're a fan out there of these guys, what just happened is Grant Higa wins the Nationals. Jaisyn Mike is 39, so he's not eligible for the Masters at this meet, but he'll be 40 by the Worlds. So he will be the first place representative for the Worlds if he wants to go. Now, Jared Martin. Jared Martin is called for 722. This would not be enough to catch Tony Harris. So this is to lock down second place.
Yeah, his second attempt was just a maximal pull, so
now
this
what
was just
that
to see if he could.
What that opened the door for is the bench press specialist Matt Sohmer will actually have a shot for second place in Jared Martin on his last deadlift. And I'm teasing Matt. We're actually friends. I've met him quite a bit. To me, actually, I think if he can keep making progress in the bench, steady but sure, it's the key that's going to give him a shot to the big total.
Burrell here has 722 on the bar.
The Bull. I've nicknamed him the Bull. Let's see William finish up strong. He is such a powerful man. Look at that.
Wow.
I just can't help but think of all the psychiatrist bills that all the defensive linemen and linebackers are having to pay as adults, having known that guy ran through the line of scrimmage at him.
Yeah.
I mean, you know who's the only one that would tackle William Burrell when he runs through the line of scrimmage? Ray Williams. And Ray was on his team. And you know, I got to ask these guys. Ray Williams played defense. They had to practice against each other.
Uh-huh.
Can you imagine the collision when William Burrell ran into Ray Williams? I'm going to ask them about that. Find out who would have won that battle. All right, now this is the dunking superstar. He is also skilled at table tennis. He was a collegiate baseball player. If you are a Jaisyn Mike fan, this guy is quite the superstar across the board. and his lift is good at 727.
Throws up the deuces to the crowd.
And I gotta say, I interviewed about 100 lifters for the Primetime. Jaisyn was a true delight. He was so nice. I interviewed him right before the warm-ups, and he couldn't have been nicer. I mean, this giant man, and I had to kind of ask him, is it okay if I talk to you? And he was just so nice. He wants to say hello to the entire Mike family. He's been a teacher he was for 5 years and a personal trainer for 15. And really, I told him I think he's got potential for 2,200 down the road. Now we've got Lakeem Bradberry, and we're down to just 5 lifts left in the entire competition.
By the way, looking ahead, we're probably going to see the highest Wilks score
in Raw history
from Ray. Actually,
absolutely,
just edging out Dennis Cornelius.
And that's assuming that Ray makes, because if Dennis makes and Ray doesn't, it could flip.
So Dennis Cornelius currently at a 561 Wilks score. Ray Williams at 569. Tony Harris going for the Masters 2 record, 7:55. This is a gigantic pull.
$7.55. Tony Harris.
I think he's got the class on lock. This is just,
yes,
again, more icing.
He does have the win on lockdown. But this would give him, let's see, 1,946 pound total.
Oh my gosh.
I think that lift is good. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white
got
light.
it. That's a champion.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people will concur with me. One of the nicest guys, my wife and I were in. Let's watch this video.
Jeez.
Tony is from Hawaii. My wife and I were in Hawaii for our honeymoon, and I just sent him an email. Hey, I'd like to see if you're here. And he got us a window table view at the Sheraton Waikiki Hotel, looking out over the coast and the beach there. I mean, couldn't have been nicer to us.
Wow.
Now here it is. 3 deadlifts left. History being made. 766, and big Dennis Cornelius going for 21. Let's make sure we say this correctly. This would be 2190. $21.93. Dennis Cornelius.
Not there today.
And maybe more amazing than anything else, we finally found a debate. All right, Matt Sohmer. Matt Sohmer, 782.
We're at the last 2 polls of this Raw Nationals 2016.
Since I made a negative comment about his bench, I just got to praise this young man. This is a junior lifter about to pull 782. The reason why I want Matt to get his bench up mainly is because he'll get more credit for how great he is. This is a historically great squatter and deadlifter. In the history of powerlifting, he would be one of the all-time greatest. And he's still a junior. And really a nice guy. I've gotten to talk to him at a couple meets. And let's see if he can lock it out. I think that's a good. Oh, now the bar was coming out. Let's see what the judges say. I think that might be a good lift, though. Did he get the down?
No, he didn't.
It was interesting. If we watch it again,
heroic effort.
He definitely locked it out. But right as he locked it out, the left hand, his left, our right, started to open. And so you'll see right at the top. I don't think the bar went back down. That would have been close. Watch the left hand right there begin to open.
Yeah.
All right. Now this is interesting. Ray Williams has foregone the record, and he has bumped it up to 844. So now this would give him 1,079. This would be, wow, I have to do some quick math. This would be upwards of 23. Let me do some quick math here. I would say this would be upwards of 2383, if I'm correct. Actually, maybe 2380. Yeah, just about 2379, 2380 total. So this would break Brad Gillingham's American record in the deadlift. This would smash the total record.
Yeah.
And this would be the greatest total. Well, yeah, it would smash the total and the American record. But this would give the greatest total in Raw history. And more importantly, you're talking about a guy who is not known for his deadlift, about to pull 844 with just a belt. And he hasn't even tied his shoes by the looks of it. Ray Williams, 2380 on the line. His shoulders were locked, no doubt. Let's see what the judges say.
He's got it. What a great day for Ray.
Unbelievable. Did Ray miss a lift? He didn't miss a squat. Did he hit all three? He hit all three benches, right? Well, he tried 529, so if I do a little quick math, I can tell you. Let's see. We're going to watch this again. Yep. He did 456 in the squat. That was 383, so that's right about 839, and then 240. 1079. Ray Williams went 9 for 9.
Wow.
Now, I can't promise anything, but we are going to do everything we can to get Ray Williams to come over for an interview. So please do not go away, because you're going to get to hear from Ray Williams. We are going to have a brief commercial, and then we're also going to do a quick wrap-up on the whole week. Please stay tuned. You're going to get to see and hear from the greatest powerlifter that the United States has ever seen, the strongest raw lifter in the history of mankind. While we have a moment before Ray comes over, I'm going to do a quick wrap-up for Bryce Lewis for the whole competition. I want to congratulate. Okay, here we got Ray. I actually think before we do the wrap-up, let me see if we can get Ray. I know it's hard to believe that it's hard to get a man that weighed in at 380 pounds. He's giving a hug to his coach, Matt Gary. I need the mic. Hey, big man. God bless you. That was amazing. Thank you, bro. Put this on. As much as you can, I need you to stand on one and then look straight at this camera. I'll tell you when we go live, you'll be able to hear me. We're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm almost speechless. My name is Dr. Patrick Anderson, and I've been here all week, and I have seen amazing lifts, men, women, young, old. They've amazed me. But what I've got next to me is the best that's ever taken place. I want to first off say, Ray Williams, what you did today was the greatest powerlifting performance in the history of powerlifting. Congratulations, 2,380 pound total.
Thank you, sir. And first and foremost, to God be glory, because without him, it wouldn't have been possible. So that's my first and foremost.
All right, Ray is being very humble, so I'm going to break it down for you. 1,005 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. The new American record. It exceeded the existing world record, and it's simply put the greatest weight ever been lifted, in my opinion, and many of the experts here, the greatest accomplishment in powerlifting history. Ray Williams, nobody else in the world can answer this question. What does it feel like to squat 1,005 raw?
It just makes you more hungry, because as good as it was, as good as a performance as it was, it just makes me think about what I can do better. And when I get to training, when I get back to training, find better ways to eliminate inconsistencies that would give me better performances on game day.
And I want to close with asking about the deadlift. What do we got here? I think Josh roars.
We're going to ask Big Ray Williams to sign the bar that was used for the first raw 1,000-pound squat. What do you think about that?
Sounds pretty good.
All right. So we're going to get this autographed, and this is going to be permanently a Hall of Fame item. Ray Williams, you want to go ahead and have him sign it on camera? That's the bar that 1,005 was lifted, 456 kilos. I know this is unheard of, but this is an amazing day. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Put it up for the camera. See if you can show that camera right there. Turn it towards the camera. See if it's in view. It is. Ray Williams, 1,005.
Thank you.
And I know all the conversation is going to be about the 1,005, but I talked to you early today, and I know how important that deadlift was to you because the man whose record you broke, Brad Gillingham, previously 826. Tell me about that 844 deadlift.
When you respect someone as much as I respect Brad, you know, it's an honor to be able to accomplish a feat such as that, do it drug-free, and to do it on such a big scale. And if you're watching, Brad, man, much love to you, man. You taught me a lot. A few years ago, me and him, we had the same injury when we were competing in Australia, and I've never met a man who you compete against, and even though you're in the heat of battle, he's still giving you pointers and tips on how to be a better lifter, and that's just much respect to you, Brad. I love you, man.
Brad Gillingham, so you guys know, the only man to have won the super heavyweight world title, both raw and equipped, the only one who's ever done that. We want to close with 2,380, a historic achievement. There's no way we can even guess what's going to be next. Maybe it's 2,500 for Ray Williams. I want to close on behalf of every person here, every person who was watching online, to just simply say thank you, Ray Williams. What you did today was an unbelievable accomplishment, and it was truly an honor and a privilege to witness it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
On behalf of Ray Williams, the greatest powerlifter ever, I'm Dr. Patrick Anderson. We're going to step over to the booth. We're going to close up with a commercial and a wrap-up. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
We are back. I hope you guys have stayed tuned because that was an amazing interview. There's just so much to go over. I hope I can do it justice. I'm doing this off the top of my head, so I apologize if I slip up, but I want to just do a wrap-up to recognize the greatness we saw on day one on Thursday. We saw Heather Connor in the 103s just break American records to win the title. In the 130 division, we saw Bill Tenerelli knock off Shorty Sedang by pulling the last lift of the competition. In the 145s, we had Keith McHoney win the national title. In the 163s, oh my gosh, Taylor Atwood, he just was steamrolling through the competition. He took Blake Layhew down. Then we moved forward to the next competition. We had the women's division. We had the 114-pound weight class. Marissa Inda put on a show. Susie Hartwig set a squat record, but Marissa took home the gold. In the 125s, we had a battle. That battle was going down to the limit, but Jennifer Millican in her first nationals took the national title and set the squat record. Then we moved forward to the men's that evening. That was David Ricks and Jesse Norris, the show of shows, the battle of all battles. We had Jesse Norris outpull David Ricks, pulling 771 to win the title in the 182-pound weight class. Then we moved forward to yesterday's competition. In yesterday's competition, we had the women. We had the 158-pound weight class. and it was the Jennifer Thompson show. I'm sorry, the 138-pound weight class. I apologize, Jennifer, numbers in my head. I'm doing this off the top of my head. Jennifer Thompson, bench press world record again, total record. She was a little short of, but she won the national title. And then Kimberly Walford, another superstar, the only woman to have won every Worlds. She took the 158-pound weight class. Now, let me catch my breath, because then we move forward to the we got to go to the 231s last night. Bryce Lewis actually pulled off the national title on his last deadlift by beating Garrett Blevins. Now, again, this is coming off the top of my head. I actually skipped someone. John Hack actually lifted on day one, and he won the 182s in the men's. David Ricks won the 205s. John Hack, you were a superstar. I didn't forget you. I've just had a lot going on since then. And then today, we want to close with the women's 185. Sebrina Davis, 47 years of age, your national champion in the unlimited class. Bonica Lough, she was a little off her game, but she steamrolled. Mentioned LeeAnn Hewitt was great as a teenager. And we mentioned we had Daniella Melo, who almost pulled off the title at 185. And then in the men's class, 264-pound weight class, the ageless wonder, Tony Harris, 51 years of age, pulled off the title. And I don't know how else the USA Powerlifting could have planned it any better, but the final competition lift, Ray Williams, 1,005 in the squat, 540 in the bench, 844 pounds in the deadlift, 2,380. I'm going to leave it at that. There's nothing else to say. I want to thank my partners that assisted me. Josh Rohr put on the best show. Too many people to thank. Thank everybody involved. Thank Trey Cunningham. He really is the best director and producer of this type of broadcast. My name is Dr. Patrick Anderson. Hopefully I'll catch my breath by Orlando next year. Thank you.